Good morning. Our meeting is now open. It's not completely live. We have just a little issue of the Zoom link. For those that wanted to participate virtually, it didn't work. So the link now is live, but we're trying to figure out, I'm not. The Brain Trust is trying to figure out the list that needs to get it so they can log in. But we'll do some housekeeping items. Welcome to the board workshop. Kind of on time. So perhaps by the time we get to other issues, we'll have Board Member Ramirez, who is a bit delayed. My name is Jane Dolan. I'm the president of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and I call this workshop to order. And I'm going to ask our executive officer to call the roll so we can determine board quorum.
Board Member Ramirez is late. Board Member Griego.
Here.
Board Member Countryman.
Present.
Board Member Bosler.
Here.
Secretary Johnson.
I'm here. Good morning.
Vice President Valines won't be making it today, and President Dolan.
I'm here. That is a quorum. We will have one board member. Our Vice President, Mike Valines, will be absent today, and Board Member Tim Ramirez will come through that door any moment. You want to give him a standing ovation when he arrives? It's fine with me. I believe we have a very interesting meeting today, and I want to thank in advance, and I will when you show up and when you conclude and every other time you assist us, for the amazing folks who volunteered to be on panels today. We really look forward to that. And I do want to thank our board staff, particularly for today's organization and all the logistics to that. Our chief engineer, Michael Wright, and his brain trust put it together. So thank you, Mr. Wright. We now have confirmed a quorum. So I'm going to just briefly explain the agenda because there's, sorry. I am to ask if there are any particular quick announcements.
No announcements.
No. And I do think that we have a couple of introductions to make. So we have good guests in the audience today, and I'm going to ask Board Member Johnson to do the introduction.
Good morning. I want to welcome Daniel Siegel, who's Water Education Foundation Water Leader program this year, and the word they use is shadowing. He's shadowing me today and attending the meeting and writing about green infrastructure, and in his day job, he works on some modeling for FloodMar and related things, and encourage all of you to say hello during the breaks and welcome Daniel. Thanks.
Well, if you write up this board meetings action, I want editorial control. Welcome. It's a great program. And to my memory, we have not had that, or we just didn't know. So you got a good mentor. Any other introductions to be made other than at the point we are introducing presenters? Okay, I don't see that. So let me just briefly go over the agenda. Our first item will be an inspections program overview from the United States Army Corps of Engineers. Then we will just take a slight break to be sure we have the panel array set up. Slight break, not a Dolan break, a slight break. And then we'll move to board items. And at that point, I'm going to turn over the conduct of the meeting to our chief engineer, Mr. Wright. But I do want you to know there's a switch in the panels. A will be second and B will be first. That's just the way it goes. And there will be about a 30-minute lunch break between the panels. There's sandwiches coming in, certainly enough for the board, but enough for the rest of you. And then we'll after that, we'll have panel A, because B is first. We do have a spot on our agenda at the conclusion of both panels. It's called public comment. We're required to put that on every agenda. People can say something to the board for something that's not on the agenda, must be related to what we do, and we don't comment, and then we'll adjourn. Okay, we ready to proceed? Questions? Ready to go. Okay. USACE, you're up. Good morning, Juan Gonzalez, Inspection Section Chief, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. If you think it would be more comfortable for you to sit at the table and face us, that would be fine, or you can stay at the podium. It's your choice. As long as we can hear you. And I want you all to know, you may not have heard it while I started off, that we're recording the meeting because we know there's going to be good things to be said, and we want to have a record of that. We love all this technology, but we love it a lot more when it is easy. So good morning.
Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to come here. We've been talking about internally coming in front of the board and just kind of giving you guys a refresher and new information for some of the new board members here. And so, I was at the FMA conference last month and talking to Angeles and finally said, let's just do it. And so here we are. And it's really was what I was hoping to get out of this is an opportunity to allow the board members and new members to ask questions that maybe they weren't, maybe just questions that didn't come up, or questions you want to ask that didn't come up in board meetings. So this is going to be a high-level overview, and we'll get to it. But before I want to just take an opportunity to introduce some of my staff. And so I have 3 staff members here. I have, if you guys can please stand up.
Yes, you do.
From
Okay.
left to right, we got Marissa Lomelli. She's a senior engineer in the inspection section. And then we've got Emily Green, also a senior engineer. And then Mauricio Luna, he's also a senior engineer. And so these 3 persons or engineers here, these are the 3 engineers that lead the inspection teams out in the field. And so I just want to make sure that you guys got faces to names, and when you see them around, feel free to ask them questions. They know the program inside and out just as well as I do. So
Thank you for being here, and welcome. It's nice to see the bright, young next generation. I see you have a PowerPoint.
I do. So this is the agenda that we're going to go over for the next 15 slides here. We'll cover these items. Try not to make it too long, but obviously opportunity to discuss as you guys feel free to ask questions. We'll talk about the purpose of our inspections. We'll go over the regulations and guidance that are currently in place. We'll have the meat of it is the overview of the USAID's inspection process. We'll talk about what we look for in the field, talk about the resources that we rely on, and just some significant but minor changes that are being implemented due to this updated guidance. I'm just going to read this off. The purpose of levee inspections is to document the condition of a levee, inform levee management activities, and serve as a primary source of information related to levee conditions and levee performance for risk assessments. And so there's the little cartoon there, just kind of emphasize that we want to, as a Corps, put less emphasis on ratings. We talk about ratings all the time. And so we just want to talk about what's the important part of our inspections, and really just like it comes down to the individual observations within an inspection report and not necessarily the ratings. We want to be able to utilize our inspection report as a communication tool to our partners and just help support that effort.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Sure.
Is this a cartoon that you prepared, or is this something that is an industry?
I did not prepare it.
It's pretty accurate.
So here's our regulations and guidance that's currently in place. We do have an engineering circular that's kind of high level. It is for the entire nation. and it talks really about the levee safety program as a whole. And so it's not just inspections, a very high level. The second bullet there is our levee inspection and site visits standard operating procedure. This was released as a component of the EC in December of 2022, and this really has a more specific standard operating procedure for our inspections, as well as some other stuff that's related to inspections. And so there's some information within these slides that pulls from the SOP. And of course, the March 21st, 2014 interim policy on determining eligibility status, that's been in place for quite some time. This is guidance that is interim but still in place, and it's applicable to what's, individual items that we observe in the field, and understanding which of those items are applicable to PL 849 eligibility. And then the last bullet there, we've been working on, well, I'll just say we've had an SOP in place for many years now, and we've been working on updating that guidance just with the new EC, the new levee inspection site visit SOP, and incorporating some of that information into our district SOP so that we can provide clarity, provide consistency, and really implement what we've been doing across the board, so we can hand these documents over to our senior engineers over here. So any team that goes out into the field, any contractor of ours goes into the field, any board staff that's looking at our SOP can understand and get consistent outcomes from our inspection reports. So here's our general process. We do pre-inspection efforts. We have obviously the field inspection component of it, and then we do post-inspection effort. What I'm hoping to get out of this is to help communicate is that sponsors, LMAs, play a vital role throughout each one of these. And so as I go through some slides, we'll talk about each of these individually, but I'll point out, like, here's where I think the board and staff have helped us in the past and where they provide value.
Let me just do one brief pause
Sure.
and acknowledge that Board Member Ramirez has arrived. Was going to ask for standing ovation, but we don't have time.
For being tardy. Seems inappropriate, but thank you
For arriving, it's a
My
challenge.
apologies for being late.
No, it's a challenge to make that drive, I get it. Just wanted the record to show you're here, so welcome. Mr. Gonzalez, you can proceed. Thank you.
The pre-inspection. So we do quite a bit of planning in advance. What we strive for is every 5 years, our entire portfolio for the Sacramento district, not just board levies, but our entire portfolio is inspected every 5 years. And obviously that's subject to funding. And we do have a plan. We do communicate that out to the board staff in advance, and we do try to get, actually we do get at least 30 business days notice out to board staff and our sponsors. Obviously the board staff is important, and LMAs are important in the coordination of field visits, as well as providing access to our levies. And then the figure on the right-hand side, that's, I would say, a lot of information that we use to inform our inspections, to help guide our inspections. There's a lot of information in there that, is internal to the Corps that we have access to. But I guess what I want to also emphasize is there's a lot of information that board staff has that we rely on. And so those are things like USIP, DWR USIP, permit information that isn't necessarily in our files, or, we're constantly communicating for new information, missing information, or changed in information. So. And then looking at the inspection itself, this is the time when we have people in the field. This is where we're collecting data based on observations in the field. So we might be looking at individual observations as we walk the levee. We have a team of people out there. We have our sponsor representatives out there. We have the LMA representatives out there. This is everybody's opportunity who's out there to provide input, provide discussion, help us understand, help us make our inspection reports as best as they can be. We want to, and we strive for, as accurate inspection reports as we can. And so I think this is just an important opportunity for input. And I just want to point out, like, this is obviously our inspection team here is multidisciplinary, and so we don't just have geotechs, we have structurals, we have electricals, we have multidisciplinary teams that look at our levee embankments, we look at pump stations, we look at flood walls, we look at various components within the flood control works to ensure that they are within compliance with the O&M manual. And then we also look at encroachments. And so if there's any encroachments that are out on within the project itself, we're looking at those, trying to understand, is there a potential impact to the federal project? Post-inspection. So this is the point where we're downloading the data. So we've got the data in the field on a tablet. We bring it into the office. We start processing the data. We start making connections to, we saw this, I'll just say utility pole, for example, in the field. Does it have a permit? Is it on the O&M manual? Is it, O&M manual is a bad example for utility pole, but, what we're looking at, does it have connection to permit, O&M manual, the USIP, levy logs? Is it documented, internal inspections documented for pipes? And so we're trying to make all those connections in addition to what we showed on one of the earlier slides with all the components that we feed into and inform our inspections prior to getting into the field. Yes, Mr. Countryman.
When you do the inspection, do you walk the levee or do you drive it?
We often drive to a point and walk, especially in the urban areas. We just can't walk. There's just too much. We'd stop every 20 feet in some areas.
So things like, for instance, pipes that may not have permits or something like that, you might miss those because you drive it, or is?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what we do is we actually have our last inspection loaded into our tablets, and so we can see all the items that we observed in the prior inspection in real time on our tablets, and we can make sure that we stop at those points. We do strive for capturing new information, and so if we see a new pipe as we're walking, we will capture it. And again, that's new information that we try to connect the dots, permits, O&M manuals, as-builts. So what do we inspect? And there's 6 pictures here representing 6 different checklists. We have a checklist for each of these, and so general items, I will just say, is applicable to every inspection, and then levee embankments, flood walls, interior drainage, pump station, and the channels checklists are applicable as they are to each individual project. And so I'm just going to go through the next slides, which is going to show a list of items that we observe for each checklist. And so general items, I'll talk about general items and then we can generally talk about the other checklists. Operation maintenance manual, and so we're, things that we're looking for are just like, hey, does the sponsor and the LMA have the operation maintenance, and is it up to date? Emergency supplies and equipment, obviously that's applicable to the equipment plans. It might be the EAPs, emergency action plans, and it kind of feeds into the flood preparedness and training. So having proper training, the proper people, proper equipment, just everything in place in case there was an emergency and somebody had to take action. And it could be as simple as we have a closure structure at a railroad that's blocking off floodwaters during a flood event. Are those, is that material, is the equipment, is the knowledge there to actually exercise or to put those things in place? That's general items. I would say on the right-hand side, levy embankment items, that's what we see we see it in every presentation that I'm presenting to. There's 15 items there, everything from vegetation, sod cover, encroachments, closure structures, slope stability, erosion on the levee at the bank, settlement, which is like speaking to the height of the levee, depressions and rutting, cracking, animal control, which is like animal burrows, culverts and discharge pipes with his penetrations through the levee, which could be gravity pipes, could be PG&E pipes, could be other encroachments that are penetrations of the levee. So riprap revetment, obviously that's erosion protection, and then revetment other than riprap, that could be things that are like slope paving, concrete paving, and then relief wells, and then seepage. We have similar, sorry, yeah. Sure.
Just a question, thank you. In your previous slide, you had interior drainage. Could you expand a little bit on that? What
Yes.
you're looking for and how you,
I can point, I'll go forward to the next slide because that's the checklist on the
thank you.
slide here. So it's similar in the sense that where we have interior drainage systems that are federally authorized, we're looking for these components. And so they are similar. And so it could be like a pipe associated with a federal pump station
Look,
that's bringing water from the land side over to the water side. And so we're just looking at the condition of those components and ensuring that there's nothing that's going to impact them.
the reason why I ask is because the NFIP program is connected to this interior drainage in regards to how they view flood protection, or the insurance product. And so I always felt, and I think most people feel, like that program was related to levees and how secure they are, not the interior drainage system. And so that's why I asked the question.
Sure, and I just think I would say the federal pump stations are there to help. There's compounding water sometimes, and so we need to be able to get that water from the land side over to the water side.
So talking to my insurance agent, I look at, this interior drainage issue, and sometimes those interior drainage issues are flood control devices, as you said, water going from one area to the other, but yet the homeowner is actually dinged because that's considered fresh water. And so that's why I'm looking at this.
I think what I'd offer here is that not all pumps that are putting water from the land side to from the land side, I did say that right, land side to the water side is not interior drainage under the federal project. And so it's got to be congressionally authorized pump station, federally authorized interior drainage systems. So there's going to be, for example, I'll just say City of Sacramento pump station, sump 132, that's not a interior drainage part of the federal project. And so there's going to be sort of nuances.
That's interesting, yeah, because the canal that takes it to the pump station is viewed as fresh water by the insurance program. I guess that's a discussion we can have later. I just wanted to kind of give an idea about how you felt about that, or at least explain it to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, these checklists are interesting. I'm just wondering, we've been talking a lot about engineering with nature, and your organization specifically has been, and there's some really interesting projects that have been done and that are being done that aren't going to have these kinds of features. And so how does an inspection work in those scenarios where it is part of the state plan of flood control? I'm just trying to kind of understand how you would change those manuals, or how you're handling it right now.
Just want to make sure I understand the question.
So it's sort of like, how are you dealing with when there's been a complete change to the system? Like, this makes sense, like, to me, where there are traditional levees, where there's urban development up to the levee and there's not room for a setback or a different type of feature to help protect a different type of flood protection feature. And so these just seem very specific to the way in which we engineered in the last 50 years, and just kind of thinking about, some of these new concepts, newer, they're not new in some cases, concepts, and just how the inspection, how you guys are updating the way you're thinking about vegetation in some areas, because obviously, like, vegetation on one type of levee, versus one where there's setbacks and there's other features, like where we've intentionally put the vegetation. So I don't want to be getting dinged or excluded from programs because we have a different approach than.
Yeah, that's a good question. So these checklists are, I would say, for features that we have traditionally had in our federal projects. And these days, we're doing a lot of mitigation work, planting stuff on purpose. Corps does that. Other agencies do that. And so as we are working through that, if it's authorized to be there, we are incorporating that into the words of the O&M manual. And so we're, as long as it's, I would say, in an agreement for somebody like our sponsors to implement maintenance of that mitigation feature, we're incorporating those words into the O&M manual so that we don't come across it and say, hey, this vegetation shouldn't be there. The manual says it should be there, and it should be maintained to this standard.
So it's all about the O&M manual update at the time the project's being implemented. The updates to it.
We do update the O&M manuals to incorporate those projects.
Helpful, thank you.
And then the last one here is the pump stations. We talked a little bit about it, and there's just a lot of components there that just need to be tested and inspected. Resources. So we've got a number of resources here that we rely on. We do have, in our guidance, we have this pre-inspection form, which is typically attached inside of our inspection reports. This is an important component because this helps us understand what has been done on the levee in terms of improvements and changes on the levee, as well as what's planned for future work. And so things like implementing an animal control program, backfilling burrows is a great, this is a great place to put it, help us understand what's being done, what's being implemented on that levee so that we can incorporate it into our inspection report. So that when we see an animal burrow and we're out there in September, and that could help us inform us that, hey, they didn't actually grout these in August, and so we won't see them grouted in September, but rather they grouted them at some other time in the field. And so helping us understand that there is a plan in place for some of these things, and that our timing may not be right for when we see them. Mr. Countryman?
Just for clarification, that first dot, does the flood board staff receive that questionnaire for prior to each inspection, who does that go to?
We do send the pre-inspection form at the prior to each inspection, and we do send it to, well, it used to be Eric Mao, and so it now goes to Angelis and her team.
I'm sorry, can you get a little closer to the mic?
It goes to Angelis and her team. So it used to go to Eric Mao. Eric Mao was our primary coordinator at the time.
I see. So it does come to our staff. And so prior to your inspection, you receive that questionnaire back?
We strive to get it back as quickly as possible, and I would say sometimes we get it during or after the inspection, which I think is fine. It's just trying to get an understanding of what's been done out there and how the different components tie into what we're seeing. And so obviously, you know, we really just want it back.
Right, but it seems like as you're doing your inspection, it would be helpful to have that in your hand.
Agree.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
You gave an example about pest control and grouting and such. So if there was like an issue with an encroachment or deficiency in the levee, but there was a grant that had been awarded to that particular LMA, would you take that in consideration as well?
We would certainly take in all the information in consideration and just trying to understand the timing and like what's the play for each component. And so it does take a lot of time. And so if there's a grant in place for, you know, making improvements, you know, certainly we can take that into consideration, but the inspection itself is a snapshot in time. And so we can help document that so that if there's a reinspection or another inspection in the future that sees that, we can say, hey, this is what's going on. So we want to be able to document it and just help as we move forward.
And my concern is always about, you know, having the ability to keep them in the program, the 8499 program. And if there's money that is going to be there to address the deficiencies in those levies that could possibly take them out, I would see the benefit of documenting that and saying that it, you know, it's going to happen, especially if it's been approved, but it just hasn't been completed.
Sure.
Thank you.
I really like what you said at the beginning, that this isn't about pass and fail, it's about information. And I'm just wondering, as you do your inspections, how much do you and your team understand the context, right? That how the system overall works versus how the stretch that you're inspecting and how that inputs into it? Because it seems like, you know, I mean, obviously we have limited resources and we have a lot of things that we need to do, especially if measured by your inspection reports. So there needs to be some sort of way for triage and again, still being able to stay in these important programs to the extent that we can, and it makes sense because they're a source of money. I'm just trying to think about how you're thinking about the relative importance of that stretch of levee to the overall system, and if you're having a better or a broader understanding of other improvements that have been made on this system in the context of what you're looking at.
Yeah, good question. We do take in, you know, part of our pre-inspection effort is to collect all that data, and I would just offer that if we don't know about it, we're not taking into account, and so there may be improvements that have been done to a levee that we need to know about, and so that's part of the pre-inspection form. That's part of the data collection at the beginning. We do take the, you know, we're not out there looking at a pipe and saying this pipe's going to fail, your levee's garbage. Sorry, you know, we're not going to say that. It's just like we're taking it into in the broader sense of we want to be able to help communicate what the condition of the levee is, but also understand all the different components that are feeding into it. You know, there are permits that are out there that are done under 4A authority that may have major improvements. For example, there may be a flood control agency that's doing major improvements. All of that feeds into a better understanding of how we incorporate the information into our inspection report. I think Ryan has something to say.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Ryan Larson, Chief of the Levees and Channels Branch. I work with Juan here. And just thinking about your question, Board Member Bosler, you know, and some of the, you know, the comic strip at the beginning, right? It's not just about pass or fail. It's about, and Board Member Countryman's question about the pre-inspection packet. We want to document, we want to have that snapshot of what's out there on the levee system, but we also want to understand what's important to the sponsors and the LMAs. What are they working on? What are those things that are keeping them up at night? Where are they focused on their energy, their resources? We've been through a risk assessment for every single levee system in the portfolio here within the Sacramento district. And so we understand what the risk drivers are for those levee systems. And so what we are hoping through this process is that we can understand the risk drivers, understand the things that the sponsors and the LMAs are working on, and that there's a connection there, that people are spending their time, energy, and effort focused on the things that are driving the risk for the levee system. And but we're still going to do these inspections, and we're still going to look at that levee system and get that holistic snapshot of everything that we've seen. And then folks are going to have to prioritize because resources are limited. So hopefully what we want to see, and part of that, you know, back to the comic strip, the conversations are, what are your risk drivers and what are the things that you're working on, and are those things matching up? And that you're not spending your time, energy, and effort at the things that are at the bottom of the list that are not driving your risk. Does that help? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Always good to see you, Mr. Larson.
Second bullet there, DWR USIP. Obviously, that's a huge resource for us. It's invaluable and just helps us understand each individual component. So we really appreciate that. Levee logs as well, where we can get that information, you know, to match what we're seeing in the field. That's another great resource. Of course, permit records. We may have new permits, new conditions that need to be incorporated into our inspection reports. And then, you know, the last bullet there, staff, very important. We do rely on staff to help us with collecting a lot of information, helping us, you know, get the documents that aren't readily available to us. Things like an animal control program, emergency supplies and equipment that we talked about in general items, getting the internal pipe inspections. You know, if they're being CIPP lined, we don't have that information, so we have to, you know, work with board staff to get that information. And it's been great to get that information and being able to incorporate and see where those improvements are being made. Maintenance records, and so pump stations, any other maintenance records that, you know, are being done to help us understand, like you said, Member Grego, that, you know, the bigger picture of maintenance is being done, and we need to be able to take that into consideration. And then board staff helps us a lot with just communicating and making the connection with other entities, utility companies, kind of after the fact and post inspection, and trying to help us understand, I'll just say, the information associated with maybe sometimes the little information that we see in the field is just like the tip of the iceberg, and we need to dig into that a little bit more. And so having that connection with board staff has been invaluable. So I want to talk about some changes that are going to be or have been starting to be reflected into our inspection reports. And so inspections that started in January of 2023 are going to see some changes. And so We've already started to implement some of these because internally to the core, we have new software, we're using different tablets, and so we're now uploading our data up into the cloud and manipulating it that way, whereas we had the software up on our computer, and the reports are going to look different, but the same information is in there. With the update, the levy inspection and site visit SOP that came out in December of 2022, there were some modifications to the national checklist, and that basically gave us more flexibility to provide the sponsors more flexibility. And so there used to be a time component where unacceptable items had to be corrected within 2 years, or that impacted eligibility. That went away. And so that's not being enforced, obviously, because that's not in effect anymore. Colors, we've up on the screen during board meetings, we've talked about colors on report cards, and we've talked about the severity of unacceptable items. And so because of the new software that we're migrating to, we don't have the ability to put colors in there. And so we're, by the words of what's in the checklist, we're sort of communicating the severity of those unacceptable items with the words. And so what used to be red, I'm just going to say it's expected to have a negative impact on performance, and so that we're going to use those words in our inspection report to help differentiate the severity of the item that we're seeing. We do have, so on this next slide, so we do have inspections that were started prior to January of 2023. Those are being finished on the old software. I talked about the 2-year time frame being out. We're not obviously carrying that forward on these, so we're just taking that out. We're not, that's been removed. Other changes, so about a year ago, we stopped talking about a system being unacceptable. We don't do that anymore. Inspection reports don't say this system is unacceptable. We talk about individual observations, and we do roll up the lowest rating to the item rating, but we're not talking about, hey, this system XYZ is unacceptable. We don't have a requirement in our guidance anymore to notify congressional offices about our inspections and our results. And then we're currently at the final stages of updating our Sacramento District Standard Operating Procedure. That is with, I think we have 2 more signatures before we finalize that. That was on the resource slide, and essentially what we're doing there is just adding clarity, adding some more information for consistency, so that, again, we can have consistent inspection reports from our individual teams, our contractors, and as board staff looks at our inspection reports, they can help use that information to help understand the results of the inspection.
This is just, I wasn't aware that you sent the reports to the congressional offices. Did you actually get feedback from the congressional about those inspection reports?
We sent, just to clarify, we sent letters asking, informing them of our inspections, and if they requested more information, we would meet with them.
You didn't actually send the inspection report to them? You just notified them that
we notified them.
Okay, thank you.
That's good clarification. Thank you.
How many more PowerPoints do you have?
Done.
Magic. Okay. Thank you. And we will have that PowerPoint so we can review and continue our conversations with our very important partner, as we are, as a non-federal sponsor with you. Any input or questions from board members? Hauser, Countryman, Farrah, Smith? We've got an audience full of LMAs. Maybe you want to bring that up if you're one of the panelists. Okay, I don't see any there. Do we have any online participants?
No questions online.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to take just 5 minutes. We're going to put names up. We're going to make sure that this is the right setup, and we'll go to first panel then. 5 minutes. You're back on? Thank you.
Let the cats go for 5 minutes and see what happens.
I know, when people always say to me, Jane, you took too long. Yeah. Thank you, though.
The button? Oh, I might.
The workshop is back in session. I do understand completely the conversations that occur at break can be very, very helpful. And I see two by board members. They're going to mosey back here. Mr. Wright has asked the panel members who will be giving their presentations to come forward and sit. So we welcome you for that. But since we have such a good audience today, I want to remind folks that we really do like to have a sign-in so that we can add you to our list if you're not there. So if you have not signed in, Mr. Zalazzo's got it waving there at the door. We'd really appreciate it if you would do that. Don't assume that we know your name, your email, and your phone number, but those are the things that we want because it helps us with our outreach and organizing forums. Mr. Zalazzo, maybe you could just sort of walk around with it with a pen. We'll bring a clipboard the next time. Okay, thank you. All right, at this point, I am going to turn over the management of this meeting and announcing and introductions to Michael Wright, our chief engineer, because he put it together, and you're on. I see we have 5 panelists on the list and 3 that I can actually see. So I'm sure you're going to say something about that.
Yes.
Okay.
All
Go.
right. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board, Michael Wright, Chief Engineer for the board. The rest of the workshop today is focused on modernizing the board standards with an emphasis on permitting and implementing flood system improvement, multi-benefit, and ecosystem restoration projects. We have 2 panels today. The first panel, which is before you, is our policy-related panel, discussing kind of high-level policy items that maybe the board could implement in order to assist with those types of projects and getting them through the process better, faster. Our second panel is more technical and focused on really our processes and our regulations, Title 23, and how we can, possibly make adjustments to those to better incorporate those types of projects and facilitate those projects moving through the process. I believe that Steve Rothert and Paul Goslin are in virtual land. Steve, Paul, can you just verify that you're on?
We get some help there with that. Our guru's back there. Do we have a Mr. Rothert and what's the other one?
Paul Goslin.
And Mr. Goslin?
I do see Mr. Rothert on.
And when you do talk, Mr. Rothert, you'll need to talk a little louder because I heard it, but just barely. Paul Goslin? I would have given you a ride here.
And I do see Paul Goslin on.
You don't or do?
I do.
You do? Okay, he's being shy. He heard me say that. We live in the same community. I wish he were here. Paul. Okay.
Okay, well, hopefully
You
there.
have an order to whom you're going to introduce each one?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I have a few slides before we get to the panelists. Hey Chavez, I don't think it reaches. Can you advance my slides?
Yes.
Some quick background on, why we're here and what we're discussing. As we all know, the board adopted the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update through a resolution of adoption 2022-29. That was in December of 22. And through that adoption of resolution, the board identified known and achievable goals that will contribute to the goals of the plan. At the board's June 9th, 2023 workshop, staff proposed 5 themes to categorize the board's resolution goals. Those included implementation, climate resilience, funding, operations, and strategic planning. Chavez, could I get a slide? Oh, there. Got it. Today's workshop is consistent with the implementation theme, which includes 8 resolution goals: implementation of the plan, collaboration, board committees, necessary funding, equity, implementation of the 2022 conservation strategy, tribal relations, and modernizing the board standards. And after hearing from our board members, as well as our partners, staff determined to focus today's workshop on modernizing the board standards. There were 3 goals identified in the resolution related to this topic. Resolution number 35. Board standards and guidance need to be modernized to reflect the board's commitment to prioritizing system improvements, multi-benefit projects, and projects that consider multi-benefit features. Resolution item number 36, that the board acknowledges encroachment permits are not an appropriate approval method for all projects, including restoration, multi-benefit, and climate change resilience projects. And resolution number 46, that the board will seek revisions to its regulations to streamline the authorization process for ecosystem restoration projects. Next slide, please. So for our workshop problem statement, current board standards as outlined in Title 23 mainly focus on permitting encroachments that may pose a hazard to the flood control system if not constructed properly. Those are our typical permits such as stairs, pipes, boat docks. Title 23, however, lacks a clear process and appropriate requirements for flood system improvement, multi-benefit, and ecosystem restoration projects. Next slide, please. The goals of today's workshop are to identify areas in need of improvement within the board's current permitting process as defined in California Code of Regulations, Title 23, and to develop agreed upon methods and discuss potential policies to improve board permitting approvals, specifically for those types of projects: flood system improvement, multi-benefit, and ecosystem restoration. This is the panel before you today. Paul Goslin, Deputy Director, Sustainable Groundwater Management Office, is virtually before us, and Steve Rothert, Manager of Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives, DWR, is also virtually with us. So at this time, I would like to give the panelists a few minutes to introduce themselves, give some of their experience working with the board on these types of projects, and maybe explain why this workshop is important to you and your work. So, okay. Start with Tim.
Thank you, Michael. Tim Washburn. I'm actually a retired annuitant with the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. Appreciate President Dolan being here and members of the board. I've been working for SAFCA since 1989. So I've been here a very long time, now going past 30 years. And our agency has gone through the process of evolution and change in the flood control system that we're kind of here to discuss today, which is to address public safety issues. And of course, Sacramento represents maybe, I don't know, 65, 70% the damageable property at risk in the state plan of flood control. So it's an extremely important part of the system, and we have worked very hard over the years to try to provide a very high level of flood protection to that area, and I've been sort of part of that over this long period of time. And during that period, we've also honored our state mandate, which is in the legislation giving Safeco some of its financing authority to the state legislature, which commands us to carry out our flood management responsibilities in ways that provide optimum protection to the natural environment. And so it's been trying to achieve the balance that we're here today to talk about, which is how do we make the flood system more amenable to addressing not just the stress that climate change is potentially posing on public safety issues, but also the stress it's imposing on the environment, and make it, a system, as I think the legislation anticipated in the adoption of the Central Valley Plan, more amenable to multi-objective purposes. How do we do that coming from our background and your background with a more singular focus? And you heard the Army Corps today. The Corps has also had a pretty singular focus on how the system should be managed. So we're all sort of struggling with how do we do this? How do we do what, the legislature has asked us to do? And I'm very interested in that topic, and that's why I'm here today, and I hope I at least have some experience to draw upon in offering my thoughts on how your board might find its place in the change we're trying to effectuate here. So, thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Up next is Steve Rothert. Steve, if you can unmute yourself and intro yourself, please.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Maybe you can even see me. Looks like my camera's on, but so thanks for the opportunity to participate in this important workshop. As my title says, I'm the manager of the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives. Before joining DWR 3 years ago or so, I worked with American Rivers as the California office director, and we were engaged in trying to bring about these multi-benefit projects and the whole approach to it. And so I'm really gratified to be now on the other side of or play another part of the effort to develop and implement multi-benefit projects, which is what my division does, develop and implement programs and projects that achieve multiple benefits in the flood system, public safety, recreation, water quality, habitat restoration, ecosystem function. And we've had some good successes over the last few years in developing and implementing those projects, and also learned a number of lessons in that process that I will talk a little bit more about later, and really valued the partnership with the board staff and board members in achieving our shared mission. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Steve. Up next is Julie Rentner.
Good morning.
Hey, Julie. Is your mic on? Thank you.
Hello. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I'm Julie Rentner. I'm the president of River Partners, which is a 501c3 nonprofit. It's been a highlight of my professional life to engage with this board in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan since 2012, through its updates, through the development of its conservation strategy. I'm the president of a local maintaining agency, Reclamation District 2092, who's partnered with Stanislaus County to create the Mid-San Joaquin Regional Flood Management Plan since the inception of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan through all of the iterations and renewals. But but my foundation here is actually not with all of you lovely engineers and technical people. It's actually in the space of wildlife recovery for the Central Valley. And so the specific goals mentioned in the lovely resolution from December adopting the 2022 flood plan that are specifically related to how do we create habitat restoration that's durable, vibrant, sustainable in our flood system is where I live my life. I'm really excited to share with you some perspectives about what we've learned, implementing about 20,000 acres of river restoration inside the flood system here in the Central Valley in the last 25 years, but also, brainstorm about how we can actually make this move faster. As you all know, the state of California is asking us to do so with really historic investments in ecosystem restoration. So I also just wanted to note, really incredibly proud of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan and what it represents, not just for us in our community here in the Central Valley, but as we compare that plan to other flood plans across California, other flood plans across the United States, you start to see just how visionary, integrated, and what a huge body of work it is, representing a wide diversity of perspectives. So congratulations on all of that, truly.
There would be congratulations all around. The board's very proud of the work that we do to provide a forum throughout the process of that, but we certainly acknowledge the hard work of DWR to bring it forward in a draft form for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Paul Gosselin, if you could please unmute and introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, President Dolan. It's great to be here virtually. I wish I was there in person, but I am Paul Gosselin. I'm Deputy Director at DWR for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Office. And real briefly, the law went into place about 10 years ago, and its charge is to have the 94 medium and high priority basins achieve sustainability by 2040 and 2042. And it's really driven by local implementation. And our role at the department is twofold. One is to provide regulatory oversight for local agencies to ensure they're carrying out their sustainability program consistent with the law and regulations. And there's a backstop if they are not on track for sustainability, or if they start deviating off of the compliance. The state board can intervene until they reconcile those issues. The other hat we wear, and it's a real important one, is assistance to local agencies for groundwater sustainability, because we are really vested in ensuring that the groundwater is sustainably managed. And how that is done is it doesn't define what sustainability is, it's what agencies are trying to avoid to groundwater users and infrastructure, from groundwater levels declining, loss of storage, seawater intrusion, depletion of interconnected streams, and land subsidence. So it is going to be a real huge daunting task. Basins are implementing their plans now. And this program is really built upon partnerships with other agencies. And we're looking forward to partnering up with the Central Valley Flood Control Board, particularly on two aspects, and I'll probably touch on those later. One is managing subsidence for critical infrastructure, and the other is trying to advance recharge, because trying to minimize or limit the 500,000 to 1 million acres of ag land that's going to go out of production in the San Joaquin Valley. We can advance that through demand reduction and through groundwater recharge. So I'm looking forward to a great discussion here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Chris Elias, please introduce yourself.
Sure. Chris Elias is my name, and I'm with the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, which is SAJAFCA. We located in the second largest metropolitan area of Central Valley, Stockton-based, and with large population, that has also a significant subset of disadvantaged community. And been there now for over 5.5 years, and really found it exciting to have engaged with the agency here on the on the update of the 2022 CVFPB. I found it to be a good body of work, just like Julie said earlier on. It wasn't easy, but we were able to put together a document that essentially compiles our shared vision and shared values, and then also ultimately to something that will be a roadmap to implementing a project that would protect the residents and businesses and environment in Stockton and the San Joaquin Basin. In our area, as you know, we face a significant threat from various sources, both along the lower San Joaquin River main stem, the threats of sea level rise, and then runoffs from upper parts of the watershed. And this vehicle here, the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, is certainly a document that will help us through partnership with your agency and the DWR and Army Corps, to tackle them one step at a time. Is huge, the threat we face. And we know that it's going to involve huge investment as well. And it's not something that we alone can do. It requires a lot of partnership and collaboration with all the parties around the table today. So pleased to be here, to be a part of the conversation this morning. Thank you for inviting me. And then again, thank you, President Dolan, members of the board, for really affording us this opportunity to really share with you what this means to our community.
Thank you all. Mr. Goslin, I hope that you took my comments in lightly. Each one of you has thanked us for inviting you. I would reverse that. We're very happy to have you here. You are partners, and we're looking forward to you telling us how we can actually move from what we need to implement to getting it done. Mr. Wright.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Before we get to the first question, although we have the room until 5 p.m., I doubt any of us want to be here till 5 p.m. So hopefully we can keep the question and answer and discussion for each question to about 20 minutes. I plan to ask each panelist a question. They will respond. I'm sure the board members will have some, back and forth feedback, but it would be great to keep each one to about 20 minutes so we can get through all the questions for the panelists. All the panelists are important and busy people, and I want to be respectful of their time. They've donated their time today to be with us. So,
Did you say each panel at 20 minutes or each panelist gets 20 minutes?
Each question.
Oh, okay.
Minutes.
Okay, you're managing it, so.
So I will be timing that, and if I feel like things are going on too long, I may butt in and ask you to wrap it up. Okay, next slide, please. First question will be for Mr. Washburn. Tim, when the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan is being implemented by local agencies, such as joint power authorities or local maintaining agencies, should the board become more than solely a regulator? And do you see value in the board taking more of a partnership role with other agencies who are repairing or improving features of the state plan of flood control? So more of a partner, maybe less of a regulator.
Yes, I do believe the board is called upon to be more of a partner, but not obviously to abandon its role as a regulator. We just heard how important it is. I mean, we cannot afford a failure of the system due to poor maintenance. I mean, we're all responsible for ensuring that just cannot happen. So, keeping the system in appropriate order and exercising that regulatory function will always be a high priority for the board. But the legislature is now asking that you do more than merely regulate, and that is that you join with other agencies in changing the system, becoming a change agent and not the regulator of change agents, which is your encroachment function. And being a change agent, I think everyone at this panel can say is a challenging business because we live in a highly regulated environment, and there is nothing more frustrating to a change agent than having to fight through the myriad of regulations, layers of approval, et cetera, that frustrate project delivery. And you, because you're a regulator, are exceptionally well-tuned to try to figure out how to help us all figure that out. So I would suggest to you, yes, you need to start thinking about that change agent function and how you could particularly perform it. Okay, the Corps divides these. They have core civil works, they're the change agent, and then they have core regulatory, they're the regulators, and they don't tend to mix those together. Here, you know, DWR is typically the responsible for the change. You're responsible for the regulation. There's lots to discuss about the right relationship between the board and the DWR, but clearly there is room for this board to become part of the change. And I would suggest maybe 3 areas you could think about. Number one, you are the link to the folks on the ground, the LMAs, the folks who manage the system on the ground. And we all know that in our system, change does not happen easily if it doesn't come from the locals, or if the locals don't view themselves as part and parcel of the change. Change is very hard to impose from above. It works best when you find the ways to use the carrots and sticks that you have to get your partners, your local LMAs, whether they're of the traditional sort, of the new type, to be with you and supporting the changes that we need to make. So I would just heighten that this board plays an incredibly important role in providing support for locally supported and hopefully locally ultimately embraced and locally operated and maintained change. That's going to require much change in the culture of many of the LMAs, and we understand that, but it's possible. And I'm seeing that happen in various ways up and down the system. So that's number one. Number two, you obviously have an extremely important role to figure out how we, as Julia has put it, are in the advanced guard of changing how flood systems are managed, but we have a federal agency that may not quite be in the same mindset. And so how is it, and you have that special role to work through with Ryan and his group and the Corps, how do we make this work so that our state priorities can be harmonized as much as possible with your still more single purpose approach to the world? And you're the front line in dealing with core regulatory. If it's a core project and the civil works part of the Corps is sponsoring it, well, that's not such a big deal. But when civil works is not in the lead and you have to go through core regulatory, it is a different issue, and you're on the front line in dealing with that. So I would say that's a part of your practice that needs a lot of attention and thought about how do we harmonize what we're trying to do with how the Corps may view how the system ought to be, or at least what Congress has told them. And a third area would be, you know, the old kind of green scissors thing. Okay, you're regulators. We deal with lots of other regulators. Can you get your regulator community together and start talking about, look, we're all faced with this. Okay, regional board, DFW, you know, you name it. We all have the same challenge. How do we, all of us who comprise that part of the state practice, do a better job? And nobody knows better than regulators how other regulators think and operate and whatever. So couldn't we ask you to lead that effort of how we make that process more functional, how you align better with your fellow regulators in making the changes that they too have been commanded by the legislature to make? So I would say those, at least from my perspective, are 3 areas of practice and expertise that this board has that would be a huge contribution to the change process we're trying to stimulate and facilitate here.
So, Mike, can I chime into what Tim just said, and that this is precisely, oh, I'm sorry. Should I yield my time to?
Chris, I was actually going to ask if, well, first, if the board members had any
Oh, okay.
response,
All
and
right.
then open it up to the other panelists.
I'll hold up.
Okay.
Yes.
On that third item, Tim, is there any specifics that you're thinking about that our board regulators could?
Okay, so we're engaged today in a grand undertaking in the Yola Bypass Cash Loop, the partnership, which ostensibly represents both change agents and regulators. And we're having a very difficult time turning that partnership into a change agency as opposed to a shiny object that supposedly represents a new way of doing things, but, you know, it's struggling. Okay, and so I would ask, why is it struggling? Well, you know, the other parts who have something to say over what we do, whether it's the resource agencies, the regional boards, the other regulators, they're not there. I mean, we haven't quite figured out, how do we align these regulatory authorities in a place like the Yola Bypass Cash Slough, where everybody who could, I mean, there's no doubt, among all those who are participating, they would benefit from this program that we've outlined and that your board is valiantly going forward and creating the master plan, whatever. There's no doubt that all the participants would benefit from the uplift that would occur from what we imagine there, but we can't get connection sometimes between whoever may be sitting there and whoever's actually on the line to make decisions, you know, with respect to specific projects and specific activities. And then it just kind of drops into the regulatory black hole, and it's hard to, you know, make the actions that we're talking about way up here happen down at the ground level. So how do we better align our fellow state agencies who are not organized like us necessarily? I mean, DFW is, oh, that's Region 2, no, that's Region 3, oh, no, that, you know, or the regional board, you know, whatever. How do we agree? I mean, now we have a certain focus on the Yola Bypass Cash Loop because we think there's strategic wisdom there. We could all learn. We could make that, you know, an area of practice where we figure these kind of things out. But is that their priority? Can we get them to sort of buy into that model, encouraging them to think that if we can, you know, break through here, we'll learn something and have the ability to do it elsewhere in the system. But where is that discussion? How do we have that discussion? How do you get your counterparts who have decision-making authority in those agencies to buy in? And to buy in to the point of not just sitting on the dais and all here today with a great plan, with all this good work to be done, but it doesn't translate down to be a priority for the agency, including on the, you know, managing the permitting process necessary to make these things go through.
Tim, you know, we had that problem some time ago when the comprehensive study, right? It was top down and it didn't work. And we kind of solved that problem by funding the local areas to have technical support for input to the planning process.
Yeah.
Are you thinking that in other areas, like what comes to my mind is like Fish and Wildlife or others that they're going to participate, say, in the planning process, so at the end they can buy off on it?
Exactly. I mean, you guys have set a good model here, which is exactly as you put it. We post 97 flood, we had the, you know, AB 1147, the comprehensive study. You know, it didn't come to fruition because local, you know, entities really didn't buy in. The second time around on the Central Valley Flood Plan, even the 2012 plan was still, you know, a little tenuous because it had to be delivered and it was coming, you know, but the update for sure, your board engaged, went out, brought the locals in. That's, obviously what needs to be done. Now I'm talking about something slightly different. It's not just getting your partner local agencies bought in. It's how do we then bring the other elements of our regulatory mix in so that they share a commitment to say, hey, here is a major state initiative, a place where a real breakthrough could occur. Why not hold a workshop with DFW or the others? Come in here, let's talk. Okay, what's not to like about what we're trying to accomplish in the Yola bypass? How do we get in better sync with you about how we advance that forward? That's at the state level. Now, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, no, I mean, that gets a little more complicated, I will admit, because they don't feel that, they're at your level. But DFW, regional board, any of the other agencies whose, approvals, and I sort of mentioned the regional board these days because, as you know, federal government is sort of stepping back from regulating jurisdictional wetlands, and state board has filled the gap with implementation guidelines that are going to require a lot more coordination potentially with regional boards in their issuance of 401 certifications. And so we can no longer always count on the core 404 process if it is determined not to be jurisdictional wetland, but it very well may be, a state water. So I'm just alerting that, we have a very dense regulatory environment, and if we can get the agencies who have to make decisions to allow projects to move forward in that environment in a specific geography, could get some commitment to say, here's, the governor has said that, everybody's, the Yola bypass, right? Here's an area of breakthrough. Could we get them on board more than just the normal, they come to the meeting, they say the right things, but there really isn't to translate down to cooperative, hey, I need your help. Here's a problem, we need to get this one through, kind of thing.
Yeah, I want to make a comment. Thank you. Okay. So I hear the issue as it relates to the Yola bypass, and I agree with you 100% that those kind of things, those special types of projects need to be resolved. And when you see agencies lawyer up, all talks are taken off. And so for me, when I look at that, I like to look at experience and look at people like you or Paul Bruner that have worked through these issues and bring a panel of experts to come in and work through those issues and make those type of recommendations to this board. Because we don't work, with the agencies like you do or Paul Bruner does. Those that have been through this process and has been able to resolve and have success with these agencies. But that's how I see of how to resolve it. That's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm interested in going down the road toward unpacking how much of the change we're talking about is attitudinal change, cultural change, mindset. Are we here to find ways to support and say yes to things, or are we, regulators on a continuum back to, policy and practice, structural barriers through to, places where the laws just aren't written the way that we want, or regs, and we want to change. A lot of times we think we're dealing with statutes that weren't set up to try to create good change. They were set up to prevent bad things from happening, and they're not written in a way that was, with these kind of projects in mind in the first place. But then when we get into how would we change them, sometimes we find that the laws actually are flexible enough, but we need to be changing practices and rewriting different structural mechanisms, a different permitting unit whose job is to say yes to things that we like, or integrated, local teams of agencies. And I'm wondering if you have, if you have more suggestions for us, for our own agency, since we don't have all the time in the world today for this, how we would structurally change things to be the agent of change and not just the regulator, if it's things in our regs or things in our org chart, the way we're staffed, that could help us get to that. And if you don't, we can take that offline. But I really want to get to actionable steps that we can take that will support you in your request.
Well, you have a panel coming on, I'm not deeply versed in your regs in that respect. But I do think your org chart might need a tweak or two if you're, trying to think about what's our role? What can we, this board, contribute to the change that, we're wanting to make? You're not going to replace DWR has a role, you have a role, everybody has to, so that's what I think we're talking about here is how do we figure out what our specific role might be? And does that affect our org chart? I don't know your org chart, to be one. So, I'm not familiar enough with how you operate to know that. I'm just trying to kind of think about what are the things that you do well that others don't, that you should focus on as opposed to, I'm going to do what somebody else is, So what, and it's a lot that comes down to figuring out your relationship to DWR, how you can contribute, what they're doing, et cetera. So I tried to pick these three things that I think you actually do well, that nobody else does. The third one, the green scissors, nobody does. I mean, nobody's figured that out. Okay, and I haven't been I've never been a regulator, so I don't know. Okay, I tend to really not like regulators.
That might be your first problem.
Well, and why is that? I mean, you come into government because you want to do something, but when you're a regulator, it dulls you. It dulls you. You come used to.
Maybe. Mr. Washburn, I know Mr. Lance wants to talk.
I'm just speaking as a change agent.
Yeah, no, we're not ever going to stop talking with you.
Okay.
And learn from you and work with you.
But I'm just saying the experience is a little different. And I think there's inside of all of those agencies a desire to be a contributor to good things happening as opposed to preventing bad things. But it does require a different mindset. There's no doubt. So I'm just suggesting that might be an area of practice that you yourselves who are being called upon to struggle with this might focus on in your relation with other agencies who are probably struggling with the same thing.
We can only hope. Did you have more, Member Johnson?
I
Member
don't know if
Ramirez?
that's answering your question or not. I don't know the regs. I'm going to guess there are going to be some legal, I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be an easy job dealing with the Corps. So, and they have constraints that are not easily dealt with by us at this level. So
We
that,
know.
Quick-
Member Ramirez?
Quick time check, if I may. We are at about 20 minutes.
You can't, yeah, you can't stop a member
I
from
know.
talking. Okay.
You might have thought about this question, just knowing it wasn't going to be limited to 20 minutes.
We have
Especially
other
with 7
panel
of
members
us.
who want to talk
Only
as
6
well.
of us here. Having said that, I'll be as brief as I can be. Thank you for asking the question and for the answers. I have one quick thing to just observe, and then I have a question I want to ask specifically of Tim about SAFCA and the question that was asked here. But you maybe think about the conservation strategy. You were talking about the agencies and the flood plan. And it just occurred to me when you were speaking that it was the one time I can think of where we really had engagement from some of those agencies. And we were our own worst enemy because people did all that work and then we had a lot of pushback from even including it in the plan or in the adoption package. It's still not in the plan. It's a separate document. And that's a little bit ridiculous. Like, how could it not be part of the plan? And how can we ask people to support what we're doing if we won't include their perspective in the plan itself? In a very, I think, even-handed and constructive way that doesn't disrupt anybody's other, responsibilities or authorities. So that's just one example that came to mind when you were speaking that I think all of us have some responsibility to wrestle with because that's totally in our control. That's not something that's regulated. It's not in our regs, it's not in statute someplace. It's just something that we decided to argue about unnecessarily. My real question for you is on this last part here about the board's partnership role. And I'm going to add a verb. It says repairing and improving features. And I'm going to add affecting the state plan of flood control. In the descriptive document for the state plan of flood control from the last adoption, there's some observations at the end about design flows and about how the design flows and the owner manuals are often different from the 57 and 55 profiles, about how the profiles may or may not have been adopted by the board. Those are all the old things. Safeco's done more on the American River to elevate the issue and the connection to the operation of the dam, to the levees downstream, and really provided the example that everybody else in the valley is trying to follow to get more water out, provide better safety and a buffer for safety downstream, but it affects the state plan of flood control. And we're trying to catch up, right? We're at the bottom. All we have really responsibility for are the levees themselves, but there's so many things that could be done and need to be done with the dams. And Safeco is a great example of being in the middle of that. So what can we do to try to push this along the way that you guys have in other places?
Well, I gave some thought to that. The board, in my experience, had very little to do with anything we've done with the dams. That's all done with the Corps and somewhat with DWR. But I mean, the state has not played a major role in practically anything we have done with Folsom Dam. So I don't know what this board's role might be in how we manage our reservoirs. A lot's going on at Bullard's Bar, lots going on at Oroville. Those are critical facilities. I'm just not sure what this board's role is with respect to reservoir operations, which is a huge part of the change we're trying to make. But I've just never seen the board as being a particularly important or involved player in any of that. Am I wrong, Joe?
Since the board hasn't provided any assurances relative to the reservoir operation,
right,
we haven't had a lever to get involved in that. And so historically, we just haven't.
Right.
I kind of interjected myself a little bit in the Folsom operation representing the board, but it was just because of my other experience.
Right. I mean, you were there mainly due to your historic involvement, but I'd say most of what we've done and a lot of what we've done in the upstream reservoir is not really involved the board. Now, I mean, there's three main issues for Safeco. One, we got to have more reservoir storage. We figured out how to get more reservoir storage without building a new facility upstream of Folsom. And we've gone way beyond what anybody's expectations were about how much storage you could actually create in the upstream. Okay, and we're also now thinking about how we manage that storage to throw off other benefits. We always did that as well in terms of, making sure that the other users of the reservoir were okay with the changes we're making. We had to make huge changes in the American River Parkway to get higher flows through. And that's where we had to go out and engage the resource agencies, the stakeholders, and others. That was the Lower American River Task Force. You could not make those changes if you didn't start from the bottom up. And the Lower American River Task Force, at least in our opinion, was in some ways a model for what we were trying to do in the Yola bypass, is get buy-in at the table around a vision that everybody's interests and needs. It's sort of the all boats rise. We figured out how to do bank protection in a way that made it safer, protected the environment, and offered recreational benefit. And that was the key to getting through the American River Parkway with higher flows. Then we had to get through the Yola bypass with a widened Sacramento Weir. And we worked with your board, but a lot with DWR to figure out how to make a partner of the reclamation districts who lived where the weir was going to be made bigger. And the north levee of the bypass was going to be set back, and the east levee of the Yolo bypass was going to be set back. So we spent an enormous amount of time cultivating the partnership with what started as 3 reclamation districts and what we helped to consolidate into 1. And working with them to figure out how are they going to benefit from this change so that they're safer, they're more stable financially, they have a role in the changing of the system that we're accomplishing there. Now, the difference between us and the state is, I mean, SAFCA was willing to put in its own resources to do things the state was not, you know, the
Mr.
same way.
Washburn,
What's that?
I really do
Okay,
like
sorry.
you. I do. And what
Okay.
you have to say is valuable, but there are some others, and I got a board member that wants to talk.
Okay,
Dan,
sorry. I'm
just
just
can I-
trying to,
I just want to close and thank you for that. That's the story I wanted you to tell
okay.
because I'm looking forward, not backwards.
Mhm.
That work needed to be done. You guys did that work. The state didn't do it, to your point. And my question was more about knowing that happened, how can we accelerate that so that the state plays a greater role to make sure that we repeat this and don't have the same process start from ground zero? You guys have really set a great model, and thank you for the connecting those dots.
So we're being told to play more of a role, so we'll figure that out. We won't solve it right now. Member Grego? Member Bosler, are you brave enough to talk?
In the interest of time, and I will go ahead and let Michael go on, but I'm just really energized by this conversation, and having been someone who's worked on policy for my entire career, I'm just excited to figure out how we can work through some of these issues, because we have a really unique position. I feel like the geographic scope of our position, even though is really unique. And I think that there's a lot of possibilities that we can do from our positions to help move the process along at a much swifter pace and in a new way. And that's what I'm here for. I want to help in all the ways, but we can move on and keep the conversation going.
Well, that one went a little bit longer than I expected, but it was a good conversation. Thank you, Tim. Chris, I know you wanted to provide input, but for the sake of time, I think we need to move on. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Chavez, can I get the next slide, please? All right, next question for Steve Rother, Department of Water Resources. Steve, the conservation strategy and the plan support and encourage projects that meet multi-benefit goals. Multi-benefit projects may also create additional benefits such as sustaining agriculture production, improving water quality and water reliability, increasing groundwater recharge, supporting commercial fisheries, and providing public recreation and educational opportunities, or any combination thereof. In what ways can the board facilitate successful multi-benefit projects within the limits of the facilities of State Plan of Flood Control?
Thank you, Michael, for the question and the opportunity to talk about it. I just want to first say that I agree with Tim that we, the board and staff and those of us involved in this work, need to be change agents. And I think my sense is that the board is. What I know of Tim Ramirez and Brian Johnson, for the decades that I've known them personally and professionally, I know that they are change agents. And from what I've come to know of the other board members and staff over the last few years, I'm convinced that they're also committed to progress and change. So, which is more than fortunate. It's required for the work that we do, because our system is changing and we need to respond to it and try to get ahead of it if we can. With the board's overall mandate and authority, within the state and also as the non-federal sponsor, there are many ways that the board can support the implementation of multi-benefit projects. And of course, with the limited time we have today, we can only touch on a few. I would just say that before answering specifically, I think it's clear to all of us that we entered the multi-benefit project era, 10 years ago or so. And given the challenges that we're facing from climate change, increasing demand for water, declining species, newly appreciated value of recreation for all communities, we are demanding more from every acre within the flood system. And we will never go back to the misconception that we had a luxury of abundance of any particular resource, including land and water. And so I think as a leader in the state government and with the numerous relationships that the board has developed with landowners, reclamation districts, state, federal agencies, tribes, I think the board needs to continue to nudge and push and lead and partner with those interests involved in flood management in the multi-benefit direction and towards that imperative that I think we all now recognize. And it's difficult work managing natural resources and resolving disputes that will naturally arise. And so we will need the board to continue to play that leadership role in pushing all of us to do better in implementing multi-benefit projects, recognizing, of course, that we can't implement multi-benefit projects in every circumstance. We're just talking about those where it's appropriate. The board's advisory committee, someone talked, maybe Tim and others mentioned the conservation strategy a moment ago. The board's advisory committee helped in the development of the 2022 update in the conservation strategy and the CVFPB, helped identify many impediments to multi-benefit projects during the update process. And those impediments were recorded, and some of them were responded to in the CVFPB and conservation strategy, but we really, I think, only had the capacity and the time to record them and acknowledge them. And I think a good thing to focus on in the coming years leading up to the 27 update is to identify those impediments that we can address sooner rather than later. And so an additional item that the board can contribute to the effort is to consider the actual limits of the CVFPB and the possibility of changing those boundaries, which could mean expanding the designated floodway boundaries to accommodate climate change and multi-benefit projects, or adding and removing specific facilities, such as the work I understand is doing with RD 2092 to address the levee or levees there that should be removed, and dealing with the Army Corps of Engineers. There might be another change to the SPFC facilities coming up with the Little Egbert project. There's an alternative there that will be in the CEQA process. We'll be looking at removing certain facilities and adding other facilities to the SPFC, to the system and the boundary, which would accommodate a more effective multi-benefit project and provide greater public safety flood protection for the community of Rio Vista and others in the area. And let me just check, Michael, when we were preparing for this, there were 3 questions that were, or sub-questions to my topic. Will we be getting to those others? Is this the one that I should, under which I should provide all my remarks?
Thanks, Steve. We do have, follow-up questions if time allows. So you can choose either.
Okay, I'll just keep going then. So another aspect, we've talked about the important relationship that the board has with many interests involved in the development and implementation of multi-benefit flood projects. And those relationships will be tested, they'll be challenged, because, despite a shared understanding and commitment to a multi-benefit approach, there will always be differences in interpretation of what that means, the challenge of finding adequate, resolving technical challenges and other disputes or issues that come up. And so the board can and needs to continue to play an important role in working with those interests to identify and resolve those issues as early as possible. One thing that's become clear to us, to DWR, is that as we plan projects, we should include as many, explicitly include as many of those benefits as reasonably possible at the beginning of the process, of the planning and development process, or face the painful and inefficient prospect of adding them later. And recreation is an example. The Lookout Slough project, for example, I think was designed maybe 7-8 years ago, and didn't include much in the way of additional recreational resources. And as we were going to implementation, we were forced to consider recreation again. And we since have developed, I think, a great program to identify recreational opportunities at regional level. And today, the Little Egbert project, we're just in the beginning of the CEQA process, and we've identified improving recreational opportunities as a project goal, and starting to work on that at this early stage, which has been well received by the local interests involved in that project. And so another example is the Yola Bypass Cache Slough Master Plan, with Mary Jimenez leading the DWR team and Ruth Darling leading the board effort on developing that. In the context of the partnership, the Yola Bypass Cache Slough partnership, it's an even broader and more active set of interests, you could say, in the Yola Bypass. And I think we are, with the board's leadership and partnership, really trying to incorporate the 6 pillars of the partnership in the master plan to fulfill the interest and the commitment that we have stated as members of the partnership have made to advance those 6 pillars of the vision. And I know that agricultural sustainability is a particular interest to a number of the board members and the board in general. And I think that's an area where the board can continue to play an important role in helping the partnership better identify and define what agricultural sustainability means or resiliency means, and to ensure that the master plan adequately reflects agricultural sustainability as a guide for all of the efforts that we or the efforts that all of us are engaged in together in the Yola Bypass. Let's see, and then other challenges going forward in the long term. One of the biggest is O&M, long-term maintenance and management of projects in the floodway. And of course, there's always the understandable focus on building things, on constructing projects, but always very difficult to get funding for the operation and maintenance and management. And in times of plenty, sometimes we are successful, or we can be successful in getting funds for endowments, as we were with the Levels project. We got something like $27 million for an endowment, maintenance and management endowment there. But under other economic circumstances like we're facing now, it's much more challenging. And another long-term challenge that I think will be coming up more often is the competing, if you will, or perceived competition of state agency mandates and responsibilities. In the floodway, of course, the flood board and DWR are focused on flood conveyance and public safety. And increasingly, as we know, with these multi-benefit projects and in general, floodways are habitat and support native, listed and listed species of fish and wildlife. And DFW's mandate, of course, is to restore and protect those habitats and those species. And sometimes the flood conveyance and conservation easements can be perceived anyway to conflict. And we're managing that. We're trying to work through that on the Feather River Setback Project, the Trillia project there, and we've got, we think, a solution that is available to us, but it's been difficult to come to resolution with the agencies involved. And so, to the extent that the board can play a role in helping to address those perceived conflicts or competitions between different mandates and responsibilities, that would be very helpful as well. I'm just looking at my timer here. I'm at about 15 minutes, so I think I'll pause and open it up for any questions or other comments from the panelists, and try to stay on schedule.
Thank you, Steve. Do the board members have any questions for Steve?
Yeah, no, I thank you for, like, so many of your comments were really great, and I think also represent some of the bigger challenges. I just had an opportunity to be at the 30 by 30 convening that the Resources Agency put on, and I had a conversation with a longtime person in the LA Basin that has been working on the restoration of the LA River. And she said something that was so resonant to me, which is we shouldn't be doing any projects that don't have multiple benefits. I mean, we just don't have enough resources. But as I think about the way the fish agencies think about their job, I think it's a harder, and I would love to hear from someone from DFW about that. But I think it's harder because there's so many species that are in crisis, and there are so many things. It's like, how do they think about priorities? We have a role and responsibility that's unique in the Central Valley around flood protection. And so we're here for that. We have a lot of important responsibilities that are different than they are for the state in the LA Basin and other parts of the state. We want to do things differently. We absolutely, have these opportunities to do multi-benefit that we want to really encourage and take advantage of. But I do think that competing priorities about mandates is a real issue about how that gets done statewide. And this is something I've been noodling on for the last year as we've been thinking a lot about funding, is really building more partnerships with the other boards, and we call them BDOs in the state, boards, departments, and offices, to really think about how they're deploying their resources in a way that can really be a value add to getting more of the projects done in the Central Valley that we need to get done for flood protection, but also have all these other benefits. So I'm very interested in figuring out how we can work through some of those multiple competing priorities, because I think in Fish and Wildlife's view, from where I have sat, there's too many priorities. Like, there's so many priorities. Yet we have a more clear mandate here in the Central Valley around flood protection that really we need to keep moving forward. So I'm really interested in figuring out how we can get alignment, going back to Mr. Washburn's comment about alignment among military agencies.
Absolutely. And I think it connects to a comment that someone made earlier about the regulatory framework that DFW is working with being designed to prevent bad things from happening, and in this era, getting in the way of good things from being implemented. And I think the cutting green tape effort has been successful in a limited way, and we need to really work on that, expand that, and
Yeah.
identify other ways
Yeah,
to.
no, and I had a chance to listen to Brad Henderson talking about that from DFW, and it was also really energizing and exciting
Yeah.
to see that. And I wonder how it will work for our bigger projects, bigger scale projects. It looks like it's really going to open up a lot of opportunity for small projects, which is really exciting. But I also am thinking about like the Dos Rios project, and I'd love to hear about, you know, all the, and then also was up on the Yuba and, you know, the 15-year arc from like concept to, you know, like how can we shorten that for
Right.
people, because they're not swimming upstream proverbially like with all the regulators where they're just like, I don't even know how to deal with that. Like that doesn't fit in my boxes, you know?
Right. Absolutely.
So I am really energized with what Chuck is doing over at DFW, but I also am like wondering, okay, like how does that fit with some of the things we're trying to do in the flood space?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Steve. We do have a couple minutes if any of the panelists would like to chime in on this topic. All right, hearing none. President Dolan, it is a little bit afternoon. Do you want to push through with? We're going to finish this? Okay. No. All right, sounds good. Next slide, please, Chavez. We have Julie Rentner with River Partners, president of River Partners. Julie, the board is committed to working collaboratively and identifying strategies to optimize priority outcomes among flood risk management, ecosystem vitality, agriculture, recreation, and other benefits important to the regions. What is River Partners' experience with implementing projects that advance the conservation strategy measurable objectives, and what is the biggest challenge with this?
Thanks. And yes, I'll speak to this question, but I also want to respond a little bit to what we've been discussing this morning, because I think there's just a lot of synthesis that's happening in my brain right now. It might be helpful. I don't know, but I'd like to share it. So first to this one, our experience implementing projects that advance Cosmos is a lot of the things that have been identified here, points of inflammation around trying to get through various overlapping regulatory processes, certainly implement everyone's ability to accomplish the objectives of the conservation strategy. But to be quite frank, the biggest limitations in our work implementing the conservation strategy are around funding. We're working in places that don't have assessment bases, that don't have the ability to form JPAs that can attract hundreds of millions of dollars. And we're working in, you know, rural parts of the valley where there is actually tremendous political alignment amongst finding multi-benefit projects and implementing them. There's tremendous alignment around giving floodplains more space so that we can percolate more water and capture it when we have big water years like we did this past year. There's lots of alignment around even creating wildlife corridors, reconnected wildlife corridors, so that we can get out of the burden of the endangered species regulatory and mitigation environment that limits so much of the work we can get done to improve our communities. Driving funding to places that don't have a lot of resources is a huge obstacle. And in a lot of ways, this board and DWR's kind of inability to incorporate the conservation strategy into its flood plan directly limits our ability to seek and secure the funds needed to move those projects forward. Amazing work has been done from the governor's office to the legislature, all the way through DWR and Steve's program and local assistance, finding ways to put dollars to the ground where we know there's immediate actions that can be taken and near-term projects that can be put in place. But the moment those projects, and this is kind of it's a piecemeal approach, the moment those projects get to like a $10 million limit, anything bigger than that, you're talking about years in fundraising, not years in regulatory and planning, trying to get through, you know, other processes, just in fundraising. So somehow we have to get to a point where the bigger vision, the bigger strategy of improving the function of our flood system in multi-benefit ways allows rural and smaller communities to to seek and attract the investment that's necessary to do big improvements like Safeco's been able to do. Apart from that, big obstacle, which I'm not sure how we all deal with collectively, I wanted to offer a couple things. On this topic of, what can the board do to try to help with integration with other agencies and get through some of the obstacles, the points of inflammation, I think, there's specific partnerships that folks have mentioned multiple times that are helpful in building trust and building collective language amongst the various agencies that are working in the same space on our rivers in the Central Valley. But there's also cultural things the board can do to encourage better integration. And one example that comes to mind, is just somewhat different, but bear with me, is the Wildlife Conservation Board, right, funding entity for California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Clearly, they can make funding decisions that are disparate and just the result of kind of lobbying efforts and who has a better proposal and whatnot, or they can think strategically about making investments that meet some kind of a vision of recovery of certain high priority, wildlife communities or whatnot in the state. In order to get there, that entity didn't poll its internal agency staff and say, like, what are our priorities, and let's put them out there and hope people respond. Instead, they send staff out to all of the different partnerships that are working in various parts of the states to listen to what folks are talking about, what the highest priorities are, bring those back to the board, bring those back to program guidelines or improvements in process for their own staff. So this is what I'm hearing is really important out there. Let's try to drive resources towards that thing that's really important. So I would, strongly encourage the board. We had a really great experience the last few years where the board was able to send staff to the Lower Sutter Bypass and Adjuramus Fish Planning effort, right, to come and integrate directly with CVFPB and a bunch of locals. Listen, what the conversation is like, what are folks talking about is going to happen in the Lower Sutter Bypass, and how can that be positioned in a way that it's going to make it through not just the board's authority, but integration with the Corps and funding programs effectively. More of that. Do more of that. The points of inflammation are important and helpful. They get us all enthused. They get us excited about fixing things. And the other cultural suggestion, this last one I'll make for the board, is that you can make it the culture of this board to highlight those points of inflammation every single time you have a meeting, right? Let's hear a little bit about how to get through this from somebody who's not us. Help shape our perspective a little bit differently so that we can try to get creative about how we're going to not fall into the same trap again next time. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Julie. Open it to the board members for comments.
You guys have done some great work in that Tuolumne River area, and this multi-purpose thing, it has a huge potential impact on the operation of New Don Pedro. In other words, I feel like the work that you guys have been doing, opening up that area so it can handle more flows, can potentially have a large impact on the operation of New Don Pedro. And I don't know how we make that crossover. How do we get that from that situation to the core on revising the flood operating manual for New Don Pedro? This would be like an example of a multi-purpose project with huge benefits. But we seem to be locked up somehow, and how do we transfer that up, through the federal level at the core? So that's just a comment, but I thank you for the work that you're doing.
And I'd love to address it if that's okay. Right on, Joe. And we've talked about this for decades, but there truly is deep alignment around this vision, right, of improving both capacity of the corridor below Don Pedro and operations of Don Pedro. The Corps is not as much of an obstacle as maybe they've been in the past in terms of real-time operations of Don Pedro, right? This past couple of flood seasons now, there's been just real-time variation in exceedance of objective releases that have been safe. They haven't broken the levees as a result of the work that this board and lots of partners have done downstream. So despite it not having a big flashy headline and a plan or a document that's in front of us all, it's happening. There's alignment. We're excited because we have some support. Perhaps the next WRDA will have in it an opportunity for the Corps to engage more directly. We've been directed by the Governor's Office through the Water Resilience Portfolio 25.4, which is a climate plan for the San Joaquin system, to specifically identify this strategy for the Tuolumne and what the state's interests, what the federal interests are. We've been able to, through the regional flood management planning efforts and the investment from DWR, get a FEMA BRIC grant to engage Modesto in moving their infrastructure out of the way so that the wider corridor can be not just the agricultural lands at the very bottom of the system, but the entire corridor is needed. And I think we're making progress. It's slow. And this gets to the funding issue. If we had a local assessment area that could kick off $10 million a year, we'd go a lot faster. But it's not that it's not that portion of the system. So it goes slow.
I just want to speak to that reservoir operations issue because I had an opportunity to go to the Waterways Conference last week, and there was a whole panel on forecast-informed reservoir operations. And I mean, I just see clearly it is our responsibility as the non-federal sponsor for all these large infrastructure projects to understand the trade-offs between, you know, something that could be billions of dollars less and could give us capacity and important benefits. Like it is our responsibility to understand that, because we're seeing the construction, the infrastructure projects, and we need to understand how they are set in the context of everything else that we can do on the system to improve the flood protection. So I definitely think that we have a role there, and we should, you know, be weighing in where appropriate. I mean, I'm a fiscal person, so I was just fascinated by it because I was like, wow, we can do those things and we can get all these benefits. Wow, like let's pull that thread. Let's figure that out.
I just want to add to that. You know, the project that Yuba Water Agency is doing on Bullard's Bar. I mean, we currently have, you know, a 200-year level of protection in the South County, but by lowering those gates, it will provide a protection of 500-year protection. I mean, and we didn't have to put any money into levees. It was a dam that needed just to be retrofitted. And so I think you make a good point in regards to better investments.
Okay, thank you, Julie. Are we ready to move on to the next question? Yes? Okay. No, we have this one and one more. Okay, this question is for Paul Goslin, the Deputy Director, Sustainable Groundwater Management Office. Paul, ongoing and planned development in the floodplain continues to intensify flood risk and place increased burden on the state's water supply. Wise use of floodplain policies should inform land use decisions, such as land repurposing programs that support implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. The board does not have authority over local land use. However, the board does have authority to develop and map designated floodways to protect improvements, lives, land use values, and investments. Please provide your thoughts on how the board's designated floodway program can support the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act.
Yeah, thank you again. The discussion from the other panelists were really interesting. I think one thing with this Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, it's still in its early stages. And I think if looking at agents of change and things that are going to change, implementation of Sigma is going to do that. And through that, we don't have land use authority either, but I did want to make note that in Sigma, there was a provision added that did require that the local groundwater sustainability agency take land use general plans into account, and vice versa, that land use agencies take those groundwater sustainability plans into account. So there's a lot of work there. I think bringing in the discussion with land use decisions, not just for flood, but for groundwater management, is going to be real important, because land use decisions are water decisions. I do want to begin by thanking the board for their involvement in some of the basins by pointing out concerns on subsidence in particular and infrastructure. That is enormously helpful for us to understand from critical infrastructure managers and owners. What does it mean to be undesirable for subsidence? Oftentimes we're hearing from basins that they don't think that the rate of subsidence is that important. So it's important to hear, because particularly on subsidence and demand reduction, there's going to be enormous sea change with land use in the valley, particularly retiring a lot of ag acreage. So it begs the question, and this is just starting, is how are those lands going to be repurposed? And so one aspect is a lot of recharge basins along critical infrastructure, but there's a huge desire for local agencies, and we're trying to play a positive role in advising them on the choices where lands get have to be taken out. Can they provide other benefits? So if they're near vulnerable shallow wells or areas of great rates of subsidence that are impacting infrastructure, those lands really should be deemed to be removed out of production. And similarly, I think there's a good nexus for the designated floodway program to provide that information to us and to local agencies, where some of these lands could optimally maybe fit in with good flood management planning. Again, I think this is going to be a challenge both for, working with counties and local GSAs under local control. But I think collectively, if we work together, there'll be a good story, and I think we can leverage a lot of good positive outcome. I will say we are developing additional guidance on a number of facets, including subsidence, and really that's going to drive, as we come out with guidance next year, it's really going to direct those agencies about reducing and eliminating pumping near there, and that's going to drive some changes in land use. I will say too, and Julie had a point on funding. This is going to be very important, not only for these projects, but also for local agencies to be able to acquire and remove lands from production. But I think we've made a lot of progress last couple of years. The local agencies have had about $400 million that they've been awarded the last 2 years. And one last aspect, and I think this is more of a more near term. Again, partnerships are going to be key. The Department of Conservation has a multi-benefit land repurposing program that was specifically designated to assist on the transition to sustainable groundwater management. There's upwards of 10 areas that have been awarded, and what those awardees are doing, it's a real collaborative at the local level to plan and determine how are we going to repurpose the lands that are going to go out of production for the benefit of the community. And that's an enormous task ahead. And this could also be another opportunity to bring designated floodway program and other flood considerations into that discussion with those entities. And so those are just some initial thoughts. I think we've had a lot of work on Floodmar, other recharge projects, and this is one aspect that we definitely need a lot more collaboration and partnership. And I think there's a lot that we can advance through this partnership. So yes, I think us collaborating, we need to better understand how your system works, how the designated floodway program works. I think we have a number of tools, both assistance and regulatory that can maybe advance this in a way that one, benefits these communities, but also advances our desired program outcomes. With that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Paul. Open it up to the board members for any questions.
I will say, Tim, that there are regulators that are smiley, happy changes, agents of change. So we're all that. We're new, so it helps.
Thank you for your comments, Paul, and you're certainly overseeing one of the biggest changes in water policy in a generation right now with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And I would say that I think we can do better than look for the opportunity. I mean, I think we need to link these two issues up, and I just know that because had a little bit to do with it. We've spent a lot of money in the locals to plan around groundwater management. We have not done as much on the flood side, and we've been advocating for that. We've been advocating for more permanent funding for the regional flood management programs. But I really think we need to figure out, especially in the San Joaquin, where it's really the ground zero around groundwater, we need to get together with those groups like yesterday and really figure out how we can do, two birds, one stone, and really create some really positive energy around what is a very big deal for the state of California and for individuals who are going to be impacted. And so I definitely look forward to further marrying up these efforts to get some really good outcomes for protecting communities, especially some of the most vulnerable communities down in the San Joaquin, but also, address some of the really tragic groundwater overdraft issues as well. And so I think there's just a lot of possibilities here, and I look forward to working with you all on that.
Thank you. I agree. And one added thing I'd like to add is, even with the governor's strategy last summer, summer before last, on hotter, drier water supply strategy for California, there's a real push for streamlining of a lot of different permit requirements and other aspects. And we've made some headway on recharge water right permits, but there's a lot more to do. So I think, as earlier discussions, a lot of red tape and permitting that we are front and center on wanting to take those on. Again, protecting environment, water quality and species, but there's ways to I think, change the current regulatory structure that was built for hydrology that does not exist anymore. And we need to think totally differently about what we're faced right now and for the future. So I really encourage and want to run full steam into trying to change things for the better, and working with you all. I think we can accomplish great things.
We're ready.
All right.
At the board.
All right, thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
My pejorative comment, but actually this is an interesting case of where regulatory authority is being exercised to compel change.
Woo-hoo.
That's what Sigma is about. I mean, it's basically, we have to change the way we are managing our groundwater system. We've chosen to use a regulatory framework to do it, and basically people are told, it's not unlike our you lose your right to be a reclamation district if you don't meet our standard. This is the state saying you got to do this, and if you don't, we'll do it for you. So it's an interesting sort of mix of regulatory and being used for change, which is not kind of what the encroachment permit is like in that sense. That's all. Sorry.
No, I thank you for saying that. And the designated Floodway Authority, which exists in statute and has been there for 100 years, is the board's authority. It is not limited to the border or the frame of the plan, but is for the whole Central Valley. And we offer an alternative and a suggestion and something that would be very workable and important as the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act requires enforcement, requires implementation. So, you know, we're there. It's just like, how do you align agencies that have different authorities to work together? And effort is being made on that, because it's so important. We talk about repurposing, we talk about desire to widen floodplains, we talk about recharging groundwater. Need a place for the floodwaters to go, so we can designate that, and it will solve and provide a lot of input and real activity toward the repurposing that needs to occur.
President Dolan, could I just make one quick comment?
Yes, Member Ramirez.
I doubt I'm the only person thinking about this in the room, but I would just point out that perhaps the area that has the greatest need, especially for the groundwater program, is an area we're blind on in the plan, which is the Tulare Basin. And we can't do the work people just talked about without having information. And so that's something we need to figure out how to get our arms around so that we could then be prepared to have the discussion about integration. We can't do that if we're blind.
Right.
And it's the area that needs a lot of attention. And I think it's starting to get some. And I think in particular, the groundwater program probably is doing more work than we are right now in that area. So something to think about. But thank you, Jim, for making that point.
Yep. Well, and the groundwater program is how we are getting the information. It is one that's been blind. Well, blind to us, blind to others, maybe not to the landowners. So now we're figuring it out. Okay. Any others? Mr. Wright
Okay,
or Mr. Elias?
thank you.
You get the award for patience. What?
All right, the final panelist for this morning turned into afternoon panel is Chris Elias, the Executive Director with the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency. And the question for Chris is: climate change is altering the frequency and magnitude of extreme precipitation events that threaten life, property, and the environment. Events of this magnitude tend to affect vulnerable populations. Addressing climate change impacts on the flood management system require solutions that integrate multiple water management goals simultaneously and increase community resilience. Does implementation of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan adequately address broader climate change impacts and increase flood system resilience?
Thank you, Mike. The comments that have been provided by everyone else earlier on really fits right into this very question, and that is, do we have adequate resiliency in place, to handle the kind of flows that are projected to come down our system? For us in San Joaquin, the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan is really, did a great job and is a step in the right direction. However, the challenge we all face, as you all know, is the issue of timeline for putting these projects in place and having the funding in time to put those projects in place. As you all know, we can go from extreme drought to suddenly huge rainfall season in just a snap. And if you look at the trending in terms of funding availability, that then goes to deliver those projects, that kind of out of sync. And Mother Nature doesn't wait for the funding cycle. Okay, and then the other thing also, obviously, is like in our case, we are at the bottom of the pole. And with a significant exposure of a disadvantaged community that have difficulty raising assessment, taxing themselves to raise sufficient funds to create the local cost share. So it comes to the issue that you raised earlier on, Julie, and also speaks to the point that Member Bosler also made earlier on as well. It's all about funding, it's all about timing. But given all of that, that's one aspect, obviously, of concern. But then in our case, we are, again, at the bottom of the pool, and we have no impact on what is happening upstream. So all these conversations about, the Sustainability Water Management, Groundwater Management Act, and then the way that Paul's group is making it work is really great. The discussions about FARO happening elsewhere is also great. Those are all tools that are being explored and being put in place in other places. But for us, we don't have a way to be able to impact that upstream because obviously we are limited by geographical and political jurisdiction, and therefore we cannot go beyond our area to influence or inform what's happening upstream. However, we are an interested stakeholder. So the question then becomes, how then do we design our levee system, having all these flows coming down, to be able to withstand and be resilient to flows we can't control or help to inform its management upstream. So that's a big challenge. So the question then becomes for the board is there a way to use the authority that you have to, again, to perhaps look for ways for us to be able to inform that process, or you inform it for us? So in that case, all those tools that are available can begin to be put in place in order to be able to save or make our levee improvement system that we need to put in place affordable. We're not saying we just want to walk away, but we're just simply saying, don't say there's too much water that we can't, doesn't matter what we do downstream, that we can't be able to manage the order flow that's coming down. So as you all know, we have a, CVFPB was one of those agencies that back in 2019 stepped out and set up its own climate change adaptation policy, saying basically that one of the things we'll do is we evaluate our system, and then where the opportunities arise, improve the levee system and make them bigger or wider, which means then we have to then raise money to purchase the lands to be able to make those happen. But it is, but if you see what's happening with the projected flow now coming downstream of triple to quintuple the amount of flows in the lower San Joaquin River, we will not be able to build our way out of that level of risk. So, but if there are other things being done, like, obviously through floodplain management, through reservoir reoperation, through FARO, through groundwater percolation, and through many other tools available that we can deploy, put in place in time, then it makes our community much more able to afford the level of resiliency that's necessary to protect our community. So in balance, is there some kind of policy integration or policy connection that we can put in place to ensure that we have an alignment of the entire system, meaning the reservoirs, the floodplains, the groundwater basin, and then the structural improvements that we can then make so that everything is all aligned, and then and at the same time, we're able to also have some integrated resiliency, so that resilience isn't just focused on one community, but it's all integrated along the entire corridor. So that will be the challenge, and that'll be the question, for us to look at as a, collectively, as partners, to address the challenge we are facing. So yes, again, in sum, the plan is certainly a step in the right direction, but we can further retool it, maybe as part of 2027 update. And then in there also, if we're able to then have all these refinements as well as integration and alignment, then it makes it easier then to put in place the design requirements that the locals can then adopt in designing our levee system. And so obviously what's happening along the lower San Joaquin River system is different from the Sacramento River system because we are snow fed, as you all know, very heavily, and if it melts much faster and the wall of water coming down is much higher. So than what you would have in the case of Sacramento. So we recognize that. So maybe one system won't fit everything, but to the extent we can have our own specific design, customized for our area, I think that will be some good conversations to have as well. And I'll pause there because I know you have some other questions you wanted to ask, but.
Well, Chris, if we had time, we can get into other questions, or if there's other information and ideas that you'd like the board members to hear. We still have time. We're only about 7.5 minutes into it.
Okay, so we'll have till 5 p.m., right?
Yeah.
You may continue.
Or maybe I should pause and then give the board members a chance to actually ask questions based on where I am right now.
Mr. Countryman.
Thank you for your very clear understanding, of your situation. You're here at the bottom of this large basin. The work Julie's doing affects you.
Yes.
The work the Corps' doing in developing new flood operation rules for especially New Don Pedro have a big impact on you. And so I think we need to proceed. We need to come up with a design flood for the San Joaquin Basin. This is my feeling here.
Yeah.
Then we can try to put all these pieces together and see how we affect that design condition. Right now, we don't have that. And so you don't know exactly what you should do with your levees. And Julie doesn't know how, her work is impacting everything. But until we come up with something like that, and the lower San Joaquin, well, I guess they don't call themselves lower anymore, the upper San Joaquin levee district, how their operation affects, because all of that affects you.
Yes.
Down at the bottom. And so to make real progress for you, we need to get a clear understanding how that whole system operates together. And I don't think we're quite there yet. And I would really like to see our 2027 plan update focus on that. And then we might be able to make some progress. But it's hard to make progress till you really define the problem.
Amen, Joe.
If you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the issues that I've really, is the misalignment between political jurisdictions and nature, right? Like, and I think it's one of the, again, our path to get here and the formation of this unique body in government, has a very different purpose when it was originated, but we're here now and we're kind of like, we are, even though I think Steve made some points about how do we maybe even, think about, beyond the jurisdiction of the state plan of flood control, but we are the most oriented towards watersheds of any other agency right now. Like, I mean, the water board aside, but they have a different mission. And I think that there's some power and there's some value to the perspective, this regional perspective, more than just, the individual flood management district perspective that we can help to inform. And I think there's a real excitement about that and how we can use that this position to do good work. I mean, it's sometimes the investment that's the more effective and cost benefit investment may not even be in your boundary, yes, but it protects you, right? And that's an important thing for us to all understand and be able to go after. So I agree with your suggestion about the plan. Yeah.
I don't know if this is the right place for, but I have a question that's possibly for any of the five of you, which is about perspectives on the land repurposing program and future versions of this. Paul was the one who mentioned it explicitly because for obvious reasons, but I think it's potentially related to this question of finding cost-effective measures outside of political boundaries. Julie's first thing she said was funding. You're talking about what happens upstream. And I'm wondering if any of you have a perspective on the role that different future versions of that program could play in helping to tie together some of the things that we're talking about here today, and suggestions for how the program could evolve if the state wanted to use that as one of the tools toward accomplishing the things that we're doing here today. There was a lot of talk about this a couple of years ago, and then the fiscal climate changed, and it'll come back around again, and want to see how we can be ready for that.
Yeah, maybe I'll jump in on this to kick it off. I think thinking about some of the like DOC's multi-benefit land repurposing, the grant guidance did include criteria for them to be eligible for, and we've been in on the advisory committee on developing that. So I think as we start collaborating better, where these good nexuses are, I think those can be incorporated in some of the grant programs that come out, and I think they've expended all their funds so far, but I think there's probably a likelihood that something may end up in a future water bond. There's a lot of discussion for the need on that. So I think that's going to be important to do that, as well as we had what was called the Land Flex program. It was geared towards fallowing, but it also turned into a transitional piece to take some of the hardened permanent crops out and put some either fallow the land permanently or put it into some row crops. So again, the criteria about where the lands are and sort of what alternatives are were also given weight in grant guidance. So I think there's a lot of integration we can do with other programs to advance some of the partnership we can have.
Thanks, agree. And just to highlight what Joe just said about we need a design flow for the San Joaquin, I don't know how those investments in the multi-benefit land repurposing program or SIGMA can effectively improve flood risk or reduce flood risk if we don't even have a clear vision about the magnitude of the problem. So I agree, Paul, that there's a lot of integration that is written into funding guidelines, but I'm not optimistic that it's going to result in meaningful flood risk reduction in the near term, maybe over decades, but not in the next few years, which is really, frankly, where we're at thinking about flood risk for Stockton. It's like in the next few years. So I think some very specific work actually could be done by this board and its staff, integrating or meeting with and discussing the flood plan itself, its deficiencies and its opportunities with the folks managing those funding programs. I think there's probably going to be some big discussion over the next next number of months about a bond that will be brought before the voters of California. And it definitely doesn't serve any of the interests of groundwater recharge, ecosystem improvement, flood risk reduction, to have competing voices trying to put money into that bond that do only one of those three things. And I don't know that we're there yet in terms of advocacy and alignment to make sure that what gets brought before the voters is something that will do all those things simultaneously.
Madam, okay. I was just going to chime in and respond to, add to the comment that Julie just made, and that is that, imagine for a moment now that we just had a major flood outbreak in our area. And then you have 300,000 to 400,000 people that you have to evacuate or manage the risk. And then suddenly, now we'll be talking about spending billions of dollars to fix the system and then put in for emergency response. Wouldn't it be better then for us maybe to now maybe have some kind of a master plan for this corridor and then incrementally build on that system approach to solving the problem. Not that no one's under the illusion that you can raise the money and get everything fixed overnight. We all get that. We know how government works. But perhaps if we have an actual plan in place where we have a clear line of sight and then knock the items out one by one, or maybe over 5 years, over 10 years, then we can then better manage that deluge, when it comes. Then wait, and then suddenly now we, based on the predictions of the that's contained in your plan, we have a triple the size amount of flow that is in there. We can't upsize the channel fast enough to handle that flow. We all know that. But then the amount of money we'll be spending to attend to life loss and property damage and all of that will be, I can assure you, will be in the billions of dollars that will far exceed the amount you would invest today to prevent that from happening in the first place. So it's a choice we make as policymakers. Do we invest now, have a master plan, methodically approach, put the solutions in place, or do we then wait and then say, okay, we'll react when something happens, or we'll continue to kind of go with plan as usual? Your plan says that we're going to need about $30 billion in the next few years to be able to put a resilient system in place. What are we doing about that? Where are the other agencies, helping out with this? What is the master plan for really raising that fund and then implementing these systems? Or because I can assure you, if we do have a major flood in the area, that amount of money is just going to be a down payment on the recovery.
Clearly, funding is needed, and lack thereof is a barrier. We live with that. Okay. Any others? Does that conclude this panel for today?
That concludes the first panel for today.
Yes.
Thank you all for joining us, Julie, Tim, Chris, Steve, and Paul. We really appreciate you spending your time with us today and participating. And that's probably it for this first panel, and we can break for lunch.
And the board really wants to emphasize that for your preparation, your thoughts, the work that you do that brought you to today to share with us, and also to say it's not over. We need to see you again. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all. Just stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to, sandwiches here? Yes. Okay, we're going to take a break until 1:30. My watch says 1:30. Don't go by my watch. Our workshop has reconvened. I'm actually glad we had that time, but I'm glad we're back. Looking at a pretty remarkable panel right here in front of me. So all I need to do is reconvene, so I have done that. All board members who are now present, and I'm going to look to Mr. Wright to now conduct this panel.
Thank you, President Dolan. Good afternoon, members of the board. This is our second part of the workshop for today. This is the panel that is focusing more on the board's technical side of how we process and permit and how the implementers actually work through our permit requirements to build a project. Can I switch to one slide, please, Chavez? I'm not going to go back over the background that I gave earlier, but I did want to hit the problem statement again. Current board standards, as outlined in Title 23, mainly focus. Okay, thank you. So our panelists today, Megan Nagy, Deputy Manager with Reclamation District 108. Chris Fritz, he's the Director of Engineering at Sutter Butte Flood Control Agency. Tom Engler, Principal at MBK. Paul Dirksen, Flood Project Planner with the City of West Sacramento. And Jeff Mueller, Associate Principal at KSN.
With the fulcrum.
And I think that gets us right into the first question. Similar to this morning, trying to keep the whole conversation of each question to about 20 minutes, with the back and forth. And also, actually, can you go back a slide, Chavez? Before we get into that,
Yes, thank you.
similar as this morning, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves and give a little background on what you do and the importance of this workshop to your work that you do out in the field. So let's start with Megan.
All right, good afternoon. Megan Nagy. I'm not going to say all my titles. I do a lot of things.
Yes, you do. The woman of many reclamation districts.
Many reclamation districts, but also the Flood Control Association, and then representing a regional, Mid-Upper Sac Regional Flood Management Plan. So, but my background, I've been working on the permitting for system improvements since it was an infant. Not when it was born, that was before me, but like in 2005-06, before the Corps ever had regulations related to how to do this, I started working on it. And so I have history from that inception through now being on the other side, needing to get the permissions to make these changes. So I've kind of got perspective across the whole gamut. Never sat in your shoes, but have dealt with that. So it's important for me. Just I've lived this. It's a program that it's been near and dear to my heart for a very long time, and now it's a issue that's important to the communities that I represent. And how do we make this more efficient? And how do we bring our collective knowledge to do the right thing here? And I've also been working with Preston from your staff, helping to facilitate what we've rebranded the LMA board work group, where this issue has been the main topic of that work group of how do we make system improvements, how do we change the way we process those to make them more efficient and make more sense. And so we've been working over several months, probably over a year, on this exact topic. And so this is perfect timing to kind of bring it to you all.
We can just go down the line.
Go down the line.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, members of the board. Good to see you all today. Chris Fritz. I am principal at RNF Engineering, and I also serve as the Director of Engineering for Sutter Butte Flood Control Agency. So as part of my role with the firm and with the agency, we implement projects, a lot of times in close coordination with board staff. And I've also been heavily involved in the regional flood management planning process as well. So definitely looking forward to the discussion today to see how we can continually improve on kind of the process that we go through to get projects done.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Mueller with Kelson, Sinek, and Nudek, or KSN. I've been an engineer with KSN for about 20 years. I was blessed to grow and learn under the tutelage of Mr. Nudek, who most of you know is a passionate voice in the flood control realm. As an engineer, we represent on the order of about 30 reclamation districts, primarily in the San Joaquin Delta region. I have extensive experience working with Title 23 on the design side, and then certainly with the encroachment permitting, and then the implementation of the conditions once those projects move to construction. Very excited to be here today. This is my first workshop panel, so thank you for inviting me. I appreciate the opportunity to work with the board and the board staff on improving these processes. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Mr. Nagy.
That's a good one. Tom Engler, MBK Engineers, sometimes confused with Mr. Nagy.
Forgot your sign.
That's all right. I have 17 years of experience at MBK Engineers implementing flood control projects. Our company represents between 30 and 40, maybe it's a little over 40 now, reclamation districts in the Central Valley. We have also helped big implementation projects like Safeka, Three Rivers, and now working on the Woodland, Lower Cache Creek. So with that, I'll just end there and thank you all for putting up with me once again.
The thanks comes from us. I think I figured out who you are. Megan told me.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, members of the board. I'm Paul Dirksen. I work for the West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. I've been working for the agency since 2011. My background is previously I worked in redevelopment, and I was a former regulator at the state in housing and community development. So I've been on the regulation side, and now in my current capacity, I spend a lot of time looking at other people's permits or looking to get encroachment permits through your board, possibly through the Army Corps of Engineers. I've also been the manager for the floodplain restoration project for Southport, the 120 acres of restored floodplain that floods every time that we have some major flood events and significant water releases. So I'm going to be speaking from those perspectives today. So thanks for the opportunity to speak, and probably not going to speak 20 minutes, so we'll be a little bit shorter today.
All right, thank you all for the introductions. Unless there's any questions from the board members, we can jump right into the first question. All right.
I don't have a question. It's just the thanks really comes from us. I appreciate your thanking us, but it's amazing that you're here, and we're going to work together to make this better.
Okay, first question is for Megan. Megan, there have been discussions related to definitions within Title 23 and the lack of a definition for flood system improvement projects. How would you define flood system improvement projects to support the broader goal of streamlining the regulatory process?
Okay, thanks, Michael. So the Title 23 really contemplates encroachment permits, maintenance, and minor alteration, right? It doesn't really tackle this concept of a flood system improvement, so there is no definition of what is that. And I think really this is the foundation of starting to put together a new process that makes more sense for these larger system improvement projects, multi-benefit projects that aren't encroachments, right? These are part of the system. These aren't encroaching upon the system. So I think this is a really, really important concept to make sure that as updates to Title 23 are considered, that this has a lot of thought. And it's more than a definition. I think it's a change in mindset too. And one of our colleagues said the other day, and it hit me, it's when you approach all of these updates, think about it in terms of being a partner versus a regulator, and which items, when you're going about and you see something come across your desk, is this something we're partnering in, or is this something we're regulating? And that would frame how you proceed through the rest of the process. And I think this is where you start to frame that and change the mindset. And I think that helped me. I really come to, that really is part of when we do these system improvements, this is really a partnership with you in implementing the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. This is our part in that shared responsibility. And so, the basic, we have contemplated, what does this look like? And I'll be honest, when we started to pull together this definition or this concept, we didn't consider ecosystem restoration projects alone. It was more in a multi-benefit concept. So, a flood protection improvement is any modification for the sole or primary purpose of increasing or restoring the level of flood protection And it can go on and on into more details about what kind of flood protection that is. It could be channels, bypasses, levees, all of those different features. But it's really, you know, how are we improving or restoring what we have out there in the field? And as we set that, it can then take that mindset, set the foundation to, okay, now that we're a partner, now that we're establishing that we're looking for a flood system improvement, what steps do we take differently that we work together to streamline that whole process? And you guys have a lot of control, I would say, at the front end and the back end of that. The middle, it's the core. There's a lot less control of the timeline in the center of that process. There's a lot of coordination. That's a whole different ballgame right there. And, you know, as we go through the rest of the panelists, or what are all those tools? What are the pieces within Title 23 that could be updated, changed to make that more efficient? Or things outside, you don't even need to change to Title 23. What kinds of opportunities do we have to just change our mindset and the way we have always done things to make it more efficient? So I'm not going to talk for 20 minutes either. I think these are much more straightforward, and I think a back and forth on these are be more valuable than me talking for 20 minutes.
Well, we'll see. So, Mr. Wright, now I know there's more than one question per panelist, and you're doing questions to a panelist. So do you have more questions for Ms. Nagy?
No, I don't.
You just did that for the first panel. Okay,
Yes.
board members, do you have any responses to, let me start here. Member Ramirez,
Thank you.
get ready,
I'll have to make it so
coming this way.
concise and simple, but I'm going to press a little further. So let's say we turn that corner and we're in that box. We're a partner. What are the things that we need to assess the improvement or restoration of capacity? And are they different than what we need from encroachment? Can you speak a little bit to like the next level of information and if it's the same or not the same as what we would need if it was an encroachment?
So from a technical perspective, a lot of it is similar, right? You're making sure we're designing the levee in accordance with Title 23 technical standards, right? You're making sure that the hydraulics aren't affecting other parts of the system. A lot of the technical features are going to be quite the same. I think what's different are the vehicles to approve and to approve the project. And how do you, right now you issue us a permit, right? And is that really the right tool to do that? Is it more of a partnership? Is it more of a PPA or an LCA type agreement? What are those tools? But the technical part, and you know, the folks to the engineers to my right are more astute at that part, but a lot of that does remain the same. We do have to be compliant with Title 23 standards.
Just one more. So if you hand it to an engineer and they say, okay, got it, we're in the partnership box, we have our hydraulic analysis, we'll do all that. What's our target? Right, like what are we, how much of an improvement are we trying to make, right? Is that up to the project itself, or is there something else that we're trying to do? When you look at the system in particular, right, like how do you find that the right level of a standard, for lack of a better word?
I do think it starts locally. What is the community's goal in that particular project? There's definitely a role in making sure that doesn't conflict with anything within the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. But a lot of us that are in smaller communities, disadvantaged communities, the project might not be everything you want it to be because we simply can't afford it from a local perspective, right? And so how do you take steps to improve the system, things that the community needs or wants and has the resources to do without hurting your opportunity to continue to work towards that plan?
Yeah, and it is a good question. And I kind of think of it in a way where it may not be much difference in the technical work that we do, but relates more to the timing of when we coordinate with the board and the Corps as part of that encroachment permit and 408 process. Because right now the encroachment permit, for good reason, has kind of prescribed milestones for what you do when. And a lot of them relate to when you're encroaching upon the levee system. But when we're working in partnership to improve the system, there could be ways where we could improve on the timing of what we do. Like one example is when we go to implement a project at the local level, typically before we come to the board or initiate 408, we work through AB 52, we're doing consultations, we need to prepare CEQA document, and then we come and we start the process, and then we engage the Corps, and then we redo a lot of that. So I think with this type of model, we could definitely improve on the timing of when we initiate some of those activities together, which differ a little bit than maybe what the board would need to regulate as part of a standard permit process.
So Megan, we've heard you speak a lot about the projects and, the timeliness and funding, and it seems to be the common theme between the last panel as well. So if you had a magic wand and you were, in control of how long a project would be, what would it look like to you? I mean, and I'm going to say that because, we've had a presentation by the Corps of Engineers, and, those projects are between 30 and 40 years, which doesn't work in my timeline. I'm sure not on yours as well. But what would streamlining look to you as it relates to how we do it today?
Yeah, if we could get through a project in 12 months, that's would be amazing. But a lot of this, I caveat that with, a lot of this depends on the timeline, right? And if we're able to engage earlier in the timeline, then that might extend, right? Right now, the time that we are kind of forced to engage pushes us into that 12-month period where we really need to get that approval. If we could engage earlier, it gives us a little bit more flexibility in how we coordinate the CEQA and tribal coordination and all of that.
So what I'm hearing is that a lot of the process is linear. So you can't start this until you finish that.
Right.
And so streamlining that process to make it more, effective for, getting the projects done. That sounds like that would be part of the solution, is to restructure that or relook at that.
This idea of encroachment versus system improvement, it calls me, because I think if you go to it with the mindset that this is an encroachment, there's something like, okay, we got to really make sure that this encroachment is not negatively impacting the project. But if you're going with something that actually improves the project, it seems like there's a different level of concern there versus an encroachment. Now, I don't know, I'd have to ask Mike, what are the steps that we go through there? But certainly it seems like there should be some opportunity to maybe shorten the process or do it differently. And we should look for that.
Okay, can we go to the next slide, please, Chavez? Question for All right, question for Chris Fritz. Chris, the board's permit conditions are written to comply with current Title 23 standards. As a member of the regulated community and an implementer of flood system improvement, multi-benefit, or ecosystem restoration projects, describe your experience and any difficulties you have encountered with permit conditions of a board-issued permit, and follow on that, based on your experience with issued permits, do you have any suggestions for improvement?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. I gave this question some thought, and a recent experience where, that I can think of where we kind of have difficulties bringing forth system improvement projects or flood system repair projects. The encroachment permit is the mechanism where we come to the board for that approval. And there are the standard conditions with each, those encroachment permits. And I can definitely understand the intent behind why those conditions exist. And an example is, there are some conditions that require the permittee at their cost and expense to remove or alter or repair the encroachment. And that makes a lot of sense when you have, for example, a private property owner coming to this board to get a pipe or some drainage feature approved. But when you're a flood control agency bringing forth 40 miles of levee improvements that, a lot of that's cutoff wall, and you have a condition like that in the standard conditions, it's kind of like, okay, that's hundreds of millions of dollars. And so I could definitely see how there could be instances, as we work together a lot in close coordination with board staff, and board staff are great, and we understand the intent behind that condition, and how we're kind of working through this process because that's the process we need to go through. But other entities or agencies may not, and they may be trying to do, most likely not to that sort of scale, but they may be trying to accomplish something similar, and they may not be as engaged in the flood world as we are, and they may hand those conditions to a risk-adverse council, and they may say, we can't agree to this. It opens us up to liability. So that's where maybe taking a look, kind of tying back to the flood system improvement category, if we can maybe look to see if there's a better way to process approvals through some other mechanism as opposed to the standard encroachment permit process, or maybe find a way to allow board staff some flexibility with taking some discretion with some of those standard conditions when we're partnering on projects, because in the end, that's, what a lot of us are doing every day is we're partnering with the state in meeting our obligations for operating and maintaining the system. And I definitely think we probably have room to improve in that regard.
Yeah, no, I'm just interested in, my ears peaked up because I actually just recently read this book that talks about how risk-averse government often does like really stymie innovation sometimes. And everyone in the process is working rationally from where they sit. It's the top-down kind of mentality of making sure you're following the law like to the letter, right? So when you talk about flexibility, what are some of the areas that have that have been sticking points in some of your projects, or how can you elaborate on like what kind of flexibility?
Yeah, and actually it kind of leads a little bit to the discussion that we've been having as part of the LMA and board work group, because we've kind of looked at kind of like what Megan alluded to a little bit. How do we craft this, I guess, flood system improvement definition? And then how do we craft this partnership? And I don't know if I have any answers on that today, but you know, whether it's some form of PPA or whether it's a definition that then maybe we define kind of a separate approval process for those types of projects, or define some way within Title 23 to provide flexibility for those types of projects that are being brought forward versus a standard encroachment.
Got it. No, that's helpful. I mean, it sounds similar to how I understand the cutting green tape for in the category of ecosystem restoration, and how they're like trying to look at the big picture overall benefits of the project, as opposed to the way in which CEQA has worked in the past as being very narrow around impacts. And so, I mean, that seems applicable here as well in some form or fashion.
Yeah, I'd just like to, in local government, the Board of Supervisors empowers their staff with some discretion. And so they can move the process through quickly on more routine type items that the board shouldn't really be hearing in the first place. And so, what I'm hearing is something in that form or fashion, is that when there are straightforward projects that really don't have a lot of controversy wrapped around it, that maybe our board, our staff is empowered by moving the process along. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think yes and no. I'm going to say that. None of these projects are usually straightforward. So I want to caveat that with, right? Because these projects are usually very complicated. I think the problem lies with a lot of when we engage you as a board is at the very beginning and the very end, instead of in the middle. And so because of that timing of that engagement, it delays the project. It delays it from starting and it delays it from finishing. And so how do you shift? We still want to be able to come and keep you aware of system improvements and what's going on. And these are big projects that you all should be part of. But how do you time it so it doesn't implement a timeline and project implementation? That's really, I think, what it's coming down to. And that at that point, we've engaged you kind of in the middle of the process, so you can empower your staff that says, when you get that letter of permission from the Corps, you're immediately able to give them or permission, whatever form that is at the time, to implement, instead of waiting 2 months to get that because of the timing.
Thanks for clarifying that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just say thanks for that example about the standard terms. It resonates with me. I'm the attorney member for the board, not the board's attorney. I remember coming on, when first couple of meeting packets and looking through a bunch of different permits and like the consented items, things that we're not even discussing, and seeing these standard permit terms show up over and over again, where they're obviously written for different types of projects. And I just remember thinking, there just must be an unwritten understanding to just ignore all of that in some cases and do it anyway. And it seems to work well enough, but maybe isn't the best way to run a system. And so, but also I'm grateful for it, because where this is going to get real for me is when we get to the level of detail of what do we change for different types of projects. Like, are there different sets of standard permit terms for different types of projects, or do we have, is it more of a menu and flow chart for these are appropriate for these types of things and these are appropriate for those types of things. And that's the part where I'm still kind of trying to visualize how how recategorizing things actually leads to a change in our behavior and a change in the process or the timing of what it is that we're doing with all of you. It's easier to conceptualize how the utility pole encroachment is different from a change in the system design, is different from a river restoration project that just happens to be out there in the river near the flood control structures. Those are all, different things. But so I'm looking forward to the part of the conversation where we get to what's really different about the approval process and how we rewrite that flow chart to get what we want. And so just encourage you to, thanks for that, and encourage all of you to get to that level of detail when we can, because it'll help us figure out how to respond.
I appreciate you bringing that. And you as well, Board Member Johnson, because that bothered me when I got on this, and I'm voting for things where someone would have to remove their home if we told them, but not this staff. Staff before said, don't worry about it, we don't enforce that part. So I guess I just kind of plugged it away. Some we do, some we don't. Well, if we're not going to, then maybe we should change that. Is that list of standard conditions, and we see the permits and the standard conditions are in smaller typeface than the ones that are imposed, put my quotes out there. Is that in our part of Title 23, or is that a board decision without changing through the Office of Administrative Law?
I believe Jeet could probably answer this one best.
I mean, they predate the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. They were created during the Reclamation Board era. You know?
Yeah, so there's a list of, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. There's a list of standard conditions, and then we have a separate list of, a master list of special conditions that staff chooses the applicable standards that should, or conditions that should apply to each permit. There are some that are, I would say, catch-all in the sense that they get applied to every permit, whether they're really applicable or not. I think the good example, and we've talked about it, is like when the setback levy is created, and then there's a condition that says if there's a future, project or plan within the jurisdiction, you might have to move that at your cost, and if you don't do it, the state would do it for you. Well, it's pretty much going to happen anyway. If we have to move that levy for whatever reason and create another setback because we're making it wider or what have you, it's still, the state's going to be involved in that. So yeah, certainly those types of things, I think there's discretion. It's just been something that has been captured in all of the permits, whether it's an encroachment or not. And this has been an issue, I think, just something that I also caught on when I first joined the board 7 years ago, is there's this kind of legal fiction that everything is an encroachment permit, when in reality, it's not. And the board should be kind of issuing what would we maybe call like an authorization or a project authorization versus, so there's this real distinction between which an encroachment, which is something that has the potential to negatively impact the system, versus a facility, which is part of the system. Yeah, yeah. So I think, in terms of making that change, that would require a change in our regulations, and it could probably be a definitional change. We'll have to look to see if there's any other changes that need to be made. Certainly, when we start talking about multi-benefit or restoration projects, when the board was created, it wasn't, that wasn't the purpose. No. Everything was to constrain things within the channel, and that is no longer the case. So it's going to take a fresh look and obviously a lot of coordination with our local partners and how those regulations look and what that regulatory scheme looks like, so it can dovetail or there's an alternative path that our staff can go down to review those projects.
Those sentences really are in the Title 23 portion that is ours, and we would have to go to the Office of Administrative Law to change it?
Yeah, some of the standards are some of our conditions are captured by our regulations, but again, if we are able to make that distinction, then it's a lot easier to choose which conditions are applicable to each individual project. Well, there is 8710, which requires, in water code, and I've heard some of the discussion today about, the process of like delegating to staff after a project is approved or something of that nature. But 8710 requires any alteration or any type of construction or plan has to be approved by the board before it can begin. So I think it could be considered about when is that approval made? Is it at the conceptual level, or is it once everything is like at full design and we've come to you with this project and now we're asking for authorization to go forward and build it? I think that could be open for discussion if that would move things faster, if we could get some conceptual approval. And I don't know if that would speed things up in terms of coordination with the Corps. I'll let the panel speak to their own experiences with that.
Yes. Yes, it would.
One way to look at that would be, at the local government, sometimes we have permits that are available what I call it over the counter. So it doesn't have to go to planning commission. It doesn't have to go, it's not a discretionary approval anymore. It's a standardized approval process that you've empowered the staff to actually grant the permission for whatever it may be. So yeah, I think it would be a very useful tool.
Okay, next question, I believe.
All right, thanks, Chris. Our next question is for Tom Engler. Tom, the board's current standards within Title 23 do not include specific standards for flood system improvement, multi-benefit, or ecosystem restoration projects. When applying for a board permit as an implementer of projects, what changes in the board's current permitting process and regulations would be beneficial for a successful completion of the project?
Thank you, Mike. I think that this question's already kind of started to be answered because it's the same things we've already been talking about since this panel started. It's the process to get from point A, concept project, to point B, approval, letter of permission from the Corps. So just streamlining that process, like we've talked about, maybe getting some earlier starts, statements of no objection have to come to the board. Maybe you can delegate approval to staff to do that if they know that project's consistent with the flood protection plan. Most of these projects we're talking about are identified in your plan. You've already approved your plan. As long as it's consistent with the plan, then it should be a no-brainer that you don't object to the project going to the Corps for further review. And then maybe having that conditional approval after we know the Corps has given us a notice of completion. That means all the consultations are done, all the technical reviews are closed, and they give us a notice of completion. They have 90 days to give us final approval. And basically, it's just routing for signature at the Corps. Sometime in that 90 days, it could come to the board at one of your meetings for final approval. And then rather than getting the letter of permission and having to wait till the next board meeting, we can start work within a week after that, potentially. So things like that, we've been working with staff on ways to find to get there. But it's really going to take, the board supporting this and probably directing staff to make things like this happen and bring forward plans to do that. The other thing we've talked about is getting the earlier start, getting an earlier statement of no objection allows us to bring the Corps in while we're doing our CEQA reviews. They can on a parallel path be doing their NEPA reviews. Right now we do tribal consultation. We get all the cultural reports, biological assessments, everything completed. CEQA is usually done or very close to being completed. The package then goes to the Corps. Then they intake it, they make sure everything's there, they request more information on whatever they need more information on, and then they start the NEPA process. They start their tribal coordination. So now the tribes are having to review the same project twice, sometimes 2 years apart, and they don't remember that they've already seen this project. They've already worked with the local sponsor. And so now we're going through this process again, and it came from the Corps this time. Why is it coming from the Corps this time? Didn't we work with RD such and such 2 years ago on this project and say, yeah, it's a great project, let's go forward with it? So things like that, if we could get those done in parallel, and I think there's ways to do that, I think it would save tremendous amounts of time and help us on both sides. And then the one thing I'll throw out there that it may fit into conditions, it may fit into letters of permission, but especially for the multi-benefit types projects, the OMRR&R of those projects is the sticking point. Reclamation districts don't have the funds to permanently operate and maintain stuff that's put inside the system, but we're required through an encroachment permit and a 408 permission to operate, maintain, repair, rehabilitate, and replace those facilities in perpetuity. So it could be a restoration bank, it could be restoration facilities, and now the project proponent is the one that's on the hook to operate and maintain that all the way through time. I can tell you on the Bear River setback levy in Reclamation District 817, we did 65% design on restoration features and dropped those out of the permit halfway into the process because the Reclamation District could not afford to do the operations and maintenance on those. So we built the project without the restoration components. That 65% design sitting on the shelf looking for an implementing agency that's willing to take that on. So that's another issue that we really need to start taking a look at and figuring out how to figure that one out. I'll stop there.
I'll comment there.
Did we know that and I forgot? Did we know that restoration was actually dropped? Yeah, I did forget because I forget your name.
It may not have been clearly articulated, but yes.
Okay, but now it is. Well, the OMRR&R is that resolution and that length that it went from, didn't have all the R's. That's pretty recent. Did we go through a whole Title 23 Office of Administrative Law legal review to add that to the permits, Mr. Dewitt? Right. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's since. All right. Let me look at. We did something that lost restoration though. Okay.
Follow-up question on that one?
Yeah.
Just a quick one, and you may not even
Oh,
be through your
yes.
list yet, but if just a follow-up on that one about the dropping restoration because of the OMRR&R requirements. Were those like flood board requirements in the permits, or were they general other agency, or all of the above? I'm trying to figure out, like, you know, if we're going about like solving for that one, like how many.
Any project that receives a 408 permission becomes part of the federal project, and the federal project requires OMRR&R of the federal project. So by a reclamation district planting, say, 10 acres in the floodplain and doing these restoration features, they're now taking on the obligation to OMRR&R that because they're the ones that asked for permission, got the permission. The board's not going to OMRR&R it. So it's an issue that I don't know how big of an issue it is because we're still early on in the restoration world when it comes to the flood system. And what types of OMRR&R are you really going to have for plantings in the floodway? But it's just a question that these reclamation districts get very nervous when you start signing them up for new obligations.
And we do have a track record of taking some of our own requirements out and projects that aren't 408 projects where it was something happening in the river, and the project was intended to allow the river to do its thing and continue to move with flow. And we had standard terms that could have been read to say people have to be around to maintain it in its original condition, but those weren't 408 projects. They were other terms.
I was just going to add that's all tied up in the assurance agreements that the board enters into with the Corps, and then the local assurance agreement that we enter into with the local, where we basically transfer those responsibilities to the locals. So, and what we've seen in some of the projects would have come back to the board, where some of the conditions haven't made sense for restoration permits, for permits for restoration projects, is where the project at full growth operates the way it needs to, so it doesn't need any O&M. And so I think obviously that's one way to get around the assurance agreement requirements for OM, R&R. Otherwise, we're going to have to be creative and work with the Corps on what's acceptable and what does that really mean in terms of those types of projects versus your typical, cut-off wall and things of that nature that we're used to seeing.
I'm not comfortable with the terminology, sorry. A way to get around it. Sounds too sneaky. I think that things that do not seem pertinent or necessary to the permit that's before us should be revised. I make any deals. Okay. Yes.
Is this a requirement of the Corps, or is it a requirement of our permit? Like, that's the thing I don't understand.
Thank you for asking that.
This requirement that you must point to the how you're going to pay for the operation and maintenance.
Or you must take on the obligation of that in
Yeah.
perpetuity. So no one wants to
To
give that to their
receive
grandchildren.
state funding for any of these projects, the locals have to sign an OMR R&R agreement with you, the
So it is
board,
a state thing.
which is assuming your obligations that the Corps is passing down to you. So it's a Corps requirement that's then passed down to us as a requirement of the funding agreement. So it's just an overall, I probably should have saved it for another workshop.
Well, this one was going, no, it was going too rapid, so you had to do it anyway.
So, Jane?
Mr. Countryman.
Well, there's two things I want to speak on here. One, these restoration type things, it's not a benefit strictly to the local district. It's a statewide benefit. So why are we requiring the local district to fund the OM operation and maintenance of a statewide benefit? I think that's something that needs to be looked at. Secondly, like on the Feather River setback, I happen to work on the design, the hydraulic design of that. We put a very high end value in the overbank area with the idea you never have to go in there. You know, it'd have to be so bad that we don't think that it would happen. So there should be next to nothing as far as maintenance requirements go. I don't know what the Feather River or Bear River system was, but I think all of those restoration type projects should be designed and built with the idea of minimum maintenance. Because for one thing, how are you going to tell? Is somebody going to go out annually and fly a drone over, get LiDAR data, and then come back and assign roughness values and say, oh, now it's, you've raised the water surface elevation 0.02 or something. I mean, it's unrealistic to even think that it's actually going to happen, or who's going to check on it and determine that it needs to be done. It's an impossible task. The state itself is responsible, for instance, on channel maintenance on the Sacramento and Feather Rivers. Ask anybody at the state, when's the last time you went out and determined that the roughness values are acceptable with the design? No, that's never happened, because I've asked that question. The Oroville Operation Flood Control Manual has a specific requirement that the state go and inspect the channel every year and determine that it has adequate capacity. It's never happened. So we need to work out something on these restoration projects that actually makes sense. And I could see why the local district doesn't feel like they should have, they may not even know what it is or how much it is, but they certainly know it's not their responsibility. So maybe we can try to work something on this. So.
Talking about. So, you know, the Bear River setback that Three Rivers did, you know, we put a ecosystem there, and it was monitored by River Partners. And so basically the funding was on the front end of it, you know, to establish those plans with watering systems and such. But once they were established, it just took off. I mean, we had high water one time that we saw, but it recovered. And so there was no requirement for us to spend money on that. And as far as I know, to this point, there hasn't been any financial responsibilities.
It was designed that way.
Exactly. It was designed that way. And so I think that, you know, having a better understanding, you know, of what that obligation looks like, more on the front end of establishing that, is really important for the LMAs to understand. And I think that you could point to this project and say, well, this is an example of that.
Thank you. I don't know that I ever heard that we dropped something from a project for that reason, so that was interesting to me. I'm not surprised. I was sort of waiting for it to happen. I can think of other examples where, because of the requirements on permits from other agencies, they required in perpetuity commitment to fund work associated with species recovery, right? Garter snakes and the bypass is an example. So in that case, things sort of lined up where we wanted that, somebody else wanted it. It happened to be something that could be provided, and so we were fortunate that we all found common ground. But these other things that Joe just gave as examples, I think that's the area to focus on, because it's not in our interest to not have those things included in the project, right? So that's a problem. And if we have an example, I always try to find a way to use that, because there probably are other ones like it, or there will be, right? And you guys probably know better than we do about them on the ground. It's really great information to use to make a change on our end. And Joe gave some ways maybe to do that, because the system was built so long ago and our regulatory framework is so old, and it's entirely set in this hypothesis about the system being static, right? Like, it's never going to change. We don't want it to change because that would be bad if it changed. Well, it's changing all the time, right? To Joe's point, and we're just not trying to capture it after every winter event. But there's got to be a way to set the sideboards up so we can have the confidence that the investments we're making are improvements, right, to how we started this discussion. And yeah, if you're doing something that's like a physical something in channel, sure, okay, that's an encroachment, that's different, right? But these other things, we need to be doing more of those, not dropping them from designs. And so I'm really glad you brought up this example. And we need to think about the system as being dynamic, not just in real time, but our framework that we use to manage the improvements that are being made, and find a way for that to be okay, right? Like, draw those lines someplace so we give it some room to move, and we have to have the ability to do that as well, which I know is extremely complicated in the legal world. But I think we have enough people with enough examples to try to figure this out. So I'm really glad that you brought up that example. Thank you.
Just one little statement. I just think this is at the heart of the multi-benefit conversation. Like, we want alignment with these projects that do all the things. And like, this is not even, you know, in the true spirit of it, but it's like, this is mind boggling that then we're like, we're saying, no, you need to stay in your silo. Like that's, to me, that's essentially what this narrow legal liability. And I was just asking Jeet, I'm like, did this happen during the Great Recession? Because I feel like it could have been like a financial thing where people didn't want the state taking on more responsibility, yet we have this Paterno decision that's already really said we likely have a lot more responsibility than we maybe thought before that decision, right? So I don't know, the whole thing is mind-boggling, but there is a whole public good that is being protected when we do more trees and riparian and, you know, all the things that are contributing to improving habitat that I think needs to be considered and shouldn't be borne just by the local maintaining agency.
No, government doesn't want to pay, people don't want to have responsibility, and everybody's worried about being sued. So it stalls, just stalls. Stalls changing regulations, stalls projects. So it's, we should stop walking off curbs if we're worried about liability. Any more questions, comments? Are we back to?
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Chavez, next slide, please.
Is this a smaller panel in number?
Okay, this question is for Paul Dirksen. Paul, implementation of flood risk management projects to support the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan are expected to have unavoidable impacts and require mitigation. Just a pause here. I know these questions are somewhat morphing into each other, but I'm going to push forward. Due to the habitat needs of specific species, mitigation for these species can only be met within the floodway. Mitigation projects within the floodway will require a board encroachment permit. Two-part question, please identify engineering concerns, including hydraulic capacity issues that are created when vegetation is placed in a channel or flowage area of the State Plan of Flood Control. And do you have any recommendations on how to modify the encroachment permit conditions or updates to Title 23 to address specific requirements of ecosystem projects?
Thanks. Well, the irony shouldn't be lost on anybody that I'm a planner, not an engineer, and I'm the only one that gets an engineering question. So, with that, let me just share some things by way of kind of like talking about Southport and the Southport Setback Levy project that I've been working on since 2011. So first of all, somewhere between 30 and 65%, the design engineers had to respond back to a lot of comments that were coming from DWR and the board regarding all of the mitigation plannings that were going to go on in between the setback levy and the remnant levy, the original levy. The original levy used to be South River Road, and it was constructed with dredgings and, sand is very sandy. And so they had to basically ensure that risk wasn't going to be transferred further downstream and specifically to the Sacramento side of the river. That process took about 10 months. So that was really all that was going on for a long period of time, just a study on what's happening with the hydrology. Now, I bring up the remnant levy because now that the setback levy has been built and we've had a couple of significant water years, there are some real clear things that happen when you do put vegetation in the floodplain. And you've done it in this particular circumstance. So the first, when we finished the plantings in 2019, 2018, then immediately the next year we had a high water event. It went from essentially from January to March. As I said, it was a very sandy levee. Part of it was degraded in terms for some of the for the construction. There were 3 places where the original levee was breached to allow waters to flow in. That breach is approximately a 1/4 mile long in all 3 areas along the river stem. And there was a significant amount of deposition and accretion. And when you went to go and analyze that, most of it's by the, where these breaches occurred. And it was all the really very sandy material. So fast forward a little bit, this past year, those areas, that setback area, that mitigation area was full of water, essentially from January, almost all the way to May. So to speak to some of the other things that people have already spoken to or already talked about, that really reduced the amount of maintenance activities that had to occur there this year. We saw, now that the trees have grown, and if you haven't been out there, if you haven't looked down from even from an airplane when you're leaving the airport, you'll notice that these trees are now 30 to 40 feet high. And the amount of accretion is really diminished. The amount of, as the river rises, the flood areas rise, the water rises within the mitigation areas or the restored floodplain, and it goes down again. Some of the other things that we have seen, though, is some erosion that happens along the O&M corridor, the waterside O&M corridor. It's immediately adjacent to these preservation areas. And then perhaps maybe of greater concern relative to this question is some of the debris flows. The debris flows that are happening already from upriver, and then you have to think about this project over its lifetime. At some time, some of the forest is going to become degraded and some of it's going to create its own debris. Will it lodge itself within the mitigation area, or will it actually, be released into the stem? So those are some of the concerns, I think, that, need to be talked about and thought about when you're doing floodplain restoration. So specifically to get into the encroachment side of this, I want to tell you that, in my opinion, there's a lot of things that the board staff and the board has already done to try to make the encroachment process easier. Just as Brian was mentioned earlier, there were times when we first got the permit and I went through and I go, well, wait a minute, there's plants that are listed and that are supposed to be prohibited along with this encroachment permit, but those are part of our restoration plan. They're in the ground. So that idea of, kind of glossing over some of those conditions or some of those permitting conditions was very relevant. Moving forward, during the pandemic period, I was intimately involved in trying to set up a mitigation crediting agreement through the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I bring this up because for two reasons. One, Tim Washburn mentioned earlier, it's kind of talking about partnerships and the importance of, can the board play a role in trying to get some agreement across departments within natural resources around restoration in the floodplain, specifically because their requirements for conserving a mitigation area are in direct conflict with some of the requirements in a flowage easement, or that would be provided to the board. So I did reach out to the board staff, and we were able to kind of hammer out some ideas about, hey, these are some permit conditions that we can adjust. So I want you to know that there is some flexibility, and we have been able to work through that. It's not a quick process. They haven't. I don't think they've come to you yet. To kind of, these are some additional permit approvals. But when you think about it overall, I talked about an over-the-counter permit being a way to facilitate things. But I also kind of think about the floodplain restoration as having a designer permit, where the permit conditions are specifically to what's being built. Obviously you can't overlook the public safety necessity here. But when it comes to the partnership between the state, within the state, there has to be some conversations, because there's just a misconception that the fear that comes out of the agency that's responsible for allowing the mitigation, crediting the mitigation for the particular project, is very strict. It's very confining, very prohibitive. And I think that with some conversations, there could be some more education that has to be done to understand that, generally speaking, so in your permit, in some of the easement, in the easement permit, it talks about we reserve the right to remove any debris, to cut down trees and do all of these things. And so, you know, when you go to CDFW and they see that kind of language, they go, well, this is never going to work for us. You can't say that you want credit for mitigation and then also get permission to cut it down at your you know, if necessary. And making the argument that this is a public safety project has not yielded positive results in and of itself. So there's this, I generally believe that when it comes to Southport, if there was ever a deficiency in the Southport setback levy, that we would not be flood fighting from the mitigation areas or from the Sacramento River. We would be on the land side. And so I think that there's room there. It's a matter of education. Why is, you know, there's a reason that you have those conditions and for good reasons. But when it comes to this particular project or this type of project, you have to realize what's relevant and what's not. So those are some of the things that I've been thinking about when I got these questions. And I'll just share the other thing that I'm also responsible for. A lot of times, because I'm in the flood program and we're a small city, many encroachment, the city has many strong development goals, and a lot of them have to do with development along the river. And in as such, sometimes they come for permits, sometimes they go through us, a lot of times they go through you. But even this past week, within the last 2 weeks, it was clear that one of the development interests were a little bit overly aggressive and actually built something in the SSJD easement. Shocking. And so they wanted to do more improvements along that line. It's just, we're talking about a pole fence. And I just told them, I said, well, from my perspective, I think you're already, I already think you have a encroachment issue because you have no permit for this. But what was good, where I'm going with this, is what was good about this was my building staff, the building department came to me and they said, hey, when do we have to go to the board? I didn't know about this. And I just want to say that your website is really very good. It's very, in my opinion, it's very clear. Like, if this is happening, you got to go talk to the board staff. I do appreciate the pre-application opportunities. I think that that's been really valuable to people. A lot of developers walk away with their tail between their legs, but it's still, they get the information up front. They know what they got to do. So I just want to let you know, and you know, there are rooms for improvement. There are some ways that you could do some streamlining, but I also want you to know that there's some good things that are already happening.
Questions? Okay, Mr. Countryman,
I cannot
count on you.
I cannot resist the opportunity to thank you and praise you for that Southport work. Every time I happen to go over there and see that setback and how well it's working and the bike trails and everything else, it's true multi-purpose. It's the thing we're shooting for. And I think you did a great job there.
Thanks, Joe. Let me say one more thing. We are planning, there is a plan to put in a bike trail. Congresswoman Matsui had provided us with an earmark to make sure that that paving is going to go forward. One of the interesting things that happened though during this, and I just want to kind of draw your attention to some, you kind of talk about revamping some of Title 23. One of the things that came out when we were talking about the multi-benefit project through the Parks Commission, we had a group of equestrians come to the meeting and say, we would also like to be able to have access to the levee. And it caused me a lot of questions because when I talked to other people about horses on or near the levee, they kind of said, well, that's kind of like a 2,000-pound animal with stiletto heels that could cause some really damage to a levee slope, for instance, or a levee. And so I started asking around, I go, so do you guys prohibit horses or do you allow horses? And I was having a hard time finding anything. So, but within Title 23, in the bike paths area part, is the only place that says, by the way, horses are prohibited on levees. So as you start thinking about revamping, you know, it may be useful not to have like a bike lane or a bike trail section, but maybe it's a multi-benefit section. And it clearly articulates, these are allowable uses and these are prohibited uses. And, you know, just an observation, like when you wanted to find that, you know, where do I back this up? How do I back this up? How do I tell this equestrian community, which has a little bit of a, you know, lobbying effort, that, hey, you know, there are places for you, but the levy is not it. So just for your information.
I've got a question. What about horses at the toe of the levee? No?
Not an issue. Not an issue. Yeah, we're perfectly, so that's where we landed.
Yeah.
Is that they could continue to use the operations and management corridor as long as they stayed off of the levee slope.
And the reason I ask that is because when we did the setback levy on the Feather, you know, my goal was to do the recreational component as well, but the state fought us on that. And so we were going to do equestrian towards the Bear River that would connect to the Sierra Nevada Trail up there. We were going to do bicycle going towards north, going towards Marysville. So we kind of keep them separate. But the equestrian would be at the toe of the levee,
right?
Not at the top or on the side of the levees, because just like horses, cows do the same thing. And so cows are not allowed on our levees for that reason. Thank you.
Horses and bikes on the same trail is never a good idea. They both come yelling at the Board of Supervisors. Okay.
I believe Chris wanted to add to the conversation.
I wasn't watching for your hand. I apologize.
I think you missed it. It's okay. I just wanted to, I guess, just chime in a little bit on what Paul said, and I'll be brief because I think it does go beyond, you know, the Title 23 focus for kind of why we're here today. But the conservation easement versus flowage easement issue, we're running into the same thing with mitigation on site that we've tried to do as part of our project. And it, you know, is honestly, to their credit, board staff has, you know, done a great job in helping us as best we can, but we really are at the point where we need help. You know, those higher level discussions that Paul talked about. And it's getting to the point where as project implementers, you know, going down that path of formulating a project and looking at how we can self-mitigate, which I think is in general best interest of the species. You're mitigating nearby, you're mitigating either on site. But we're getting to the point where we're just discouraging that because we see this path, and at the end of the path, we know that there's this log jam. So right now, really the only mechanism that a lot of us are working through is to go by credits. And we're running out of mitigation bank credits. And so I think, you know, if there were some way or some influence that could help kind of, you know, unjam the log jam to better enable and encourage, you know, implementers like us to self-mitigate on projects would be helpful.
What's the logjam?
Well, there was a full FMA panel on this particular issue, but it is the conservation easement issue versus the flowage easement issue. And one of them needs to protect what's planted there in perpetuity because it's mitigation, but on the other hand, it is a flood control system. And for good reason, there needs to be an ability to get in there and potentially clear some of that vegetation if needed for public safety. So that's the conundrum.
I'll just say I'll offer to go offline and talk more about exactly how to work our way through. A number of us are familiar with this issue, and we've taken turns, you know, with our staff and other state agencies to try to work our way through. And it always seems to me that it's work outable. and then it keeps not getting worked out. And so I'd like to talk more about the ways to make sure that it is worked out and projects like that can go forward the way that they were intended to.
President
That-
Dolan?
The one other area that I'll just throw out there is sometimes becomes a problem is for mitigation. Most of the resource agencies require endowments for long-term operations and maintenance and making sure you establish everything. And I don't know of a state funding program that's been available to us to fund these projects that allows us to purchase endowments. So it becomes a big cost at the end of the road that has really kind of thrown the potential for on-site mitigation out the door in most cases. So I'll just throw that out there.
And let me just say, in discussions with CDFW, the approach that they were promoting was to have a separate account in case of loss of mitigation values. So, you know, the strains that you put on a local agency who's already spending a lot of money on a capital improvement project to pay for their mitigation, and then also to have a reserve fund to deal with the potential of loss. So it wasn't that you would just say, yeah, we'll cover the loss. It wasn't like an insurance. They were like, no, you have to put up the money. So all of those have a direct effect on our ability to actually make system improvements.
And there are, I know there are other paths for that exist in state law from my own experience. And so I'd be happy to work with my colleague and talk to you guys offline about this, because just like we talked about the difference when we started between encroachment and system-wide improvement, there's a difference between building 4,000 homes and owning and managing a property that's going to be in a river forever, right? And I think it's really great that we have people who are in it for the long term, because they have to be, right? The people who are there on the ground are going to manage those places as long as there's a system to manage, right? And so these things, there's a way to wrap these into that, I think, in a way that is cost effective, but also honors the commitment that people are looking for. And there's so much common ground that I see from afar, because everybody wants to do what needs to be done in the long term, in perpetuity, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense for 140 different small RDs to set up an endowment with a lot of money they can't touch when they just need a little bit of money every year to do what needs to be done. So we should chat about how we can find a way to make this happen, because I think it's overdue, and I just think it's really ripe for a solution. And if we need help from somebody else that's not the board, then we can happily go and chat to those folks also, whether it's the state family or the federal family. It's just like the state issues with the Corps, there's other regulatory things on the federal side. It's not just the state, right? So let's figure that out. But thank you guys for bringing those examples up.
And Gal.
I just wanted to follow up on what Tim was saying, just because I just had an opportunity to listen to Brad Henderson from Fish and Wildlife, who's spearheading the Cutting Green Tape effort. And it just feels like this fits in that category, and we should really figure out how we can piggyback on the energy that's already there, that's
be his
specifically
organization as well.
around ecosystem, and tackle this issue as well. Because, I mean, there's just so many synergies with what I heard that they're trying to do, you know, like they're really working through it right now.
Good point.
I was just going to mention at the FMA conference, Andrea Clark was the one that moderated that conversation between the flowage, and she did a great job, and there was a lot of great information that came out of that. So it's being discussed out there.
You're telling me I missed something by not going to LA. Okay.
Okay, thank you for that, Paul, and everybody else who contributed. We have one final panelist. Chavez, next slide. All right.
You get decided.
All right. right, Jeff, flood system improvement projects implemented at the local level may consider climate change resilience and design. The board standards within Title 23 do not address climate change. As an implementer, how have you incorporated climate change into project design? In your opinion, are there modifications to Title 23, such as additional regulations that could be made to support increased climate change resiliency? And do you feel there are already enough design requirements that adopting or updating Title 23 would not be beneficial?
Thank you, Michael. So I think we can all appreciate and understand the concerns of climate change and the resulting sea level rise. The engineering representative is for the local sponsor. We're the one that gets the phone call. It always is 4:30 on a Friday. Hey, we've got a boil on the levee. Can you run out and come take a look? When we get the opportunities to improve those levees, we want to be as conservative as possible. The basis of design for pretty much every one of those improvements, whether that's seepage mitigation, slope stability improvements, freeboard improvements, that basis of design is the design water surface. So as the engineer, we always want the highest design water surface as possible. We start there and we let the client, tell us, hey, we don't have the funding for that. Recognizing that there is this, potential bear coming at us with sea level rise, we want to apply it everywhere. Unfortunately, right now, we only have one hydraulic model in the San Joaquin region that accounts for that. So right now, Title 23 does not include climate change or sea level rise. So we're kind of stuck in this no man's land where, well, there is no design standard to design to, but on the permitting side, we are asked, is it a consideration? So it's tough when, there's no criteria for us and our districts don't have the funding. Furthermore, it's been, I believe, 12 years since the state last produced a hydraulic model for our region. So not only have we been through 2 or 3 high water events, but there's been tremendous siltation and sedimentation in the San Joaquin River in particular. And we're seeing sandbars around every bend, and there's no question that the geometry of the channels, raise, limiting capacity. So not only are we worried about sea level rise, so we're dealing with, in most cases, outdated hydraulics and, different bathymetry. It's concerning on our end. We try and add contingencies to our designs where we can, but we really would encourage the board and the state to consider implementing some policy on climate change when it comes to flood protection design.
So designs and projects have to meet the requirements of climate change, but no one knows what they are, except they're bad. Yeah, I've seen San Joaquin area drought time and then after a storm. It's like, did I see the same place?
Yeah, and our partners, CVFPB, they're the ones that did produce the model with Chris's team, and it was kind of an eye-opener for everyone in our region when we saw how much higher those water levels were going to be, and how much big trouble the downstream cities and towns were going to be.
Okay. Board members?
I'm just trying to think about how to phrase it.
Yep.
Because JFK has a policy, right? Not a quantitative one, but a qualitative one. And we don't have one. But what that looks like, right? So pragmatically, what are you guys going to do?
Well, we would like some direction. Ideally, there would be that model that points to, some consistency for the region. But
I could ask us that question too. Like when you come to us, like, what are we going to do?
But through the permitting phase, there's always the question asked, has there been consideration towards climate change or sea level rise? And It's just kind of this open-ended, there's really no feedback we get. It's about.
Yeah, you could say you woke up in the middle of the night and you thought about it.
Right.
I was worried and I woke up.
I
And then I
love
went to
that,
bed
4
again.
feet of freeboard to everything.
It's probably, I'm not putting this on you, but I'm just
Sure.
being a little bit tongue in cheek about it. But it's a real, when you have that information, right, then it's even worse than not knowing in some ways, because you want to be responsive and conscientious about it, because all of you are conscientious about it. And so I'm just struggling because I'm not quite sure what we're going to do when it ends up on our desk, right? We'll have the same dilemma. And it probably
Yeah,
has already
somebody's
happened to our staff. You guys have probably already had some of these things happen, but I'm also wondering about the state model, like the 12-year thing. I was literally, when you said model and 12 years ago, I had this inherent flashback to the library of models from the 2012 plan. And we can take this offline, but I'm wondering like what happened. Sounds like not much of anything since then, if we don't have something that we can use in the same region. But that's a place maybe for us to invest if we need to have something at our fingertips that we can use. And this is different than, it's not different, but it's a little bit apples and oranges from the rivers and the high water coming down, right?
Yep.
That's driven by factors we're familiar with, and there's new modeling and new information that makes it higher, but this is already happening, right?
Yep.
So yeah, it could get worse, but it's already worse than people thought it might be. And you guys have that information now, so I'm hoping Joe rescues me here and figures out something we can do in the short term. Got an answer, Joe?
I'm not quite sure. Saying, I mean, we do have models. And we have in our climate change plan included sea level. Why not? What are you?
I'm sorry, Joe.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't have the button pushed.
Smart of you.
What I was saying is that our 2022 plan had climate change information, including sea rise information in there. So what is it that you're missing?
So just some general standard or criteria is that we meet on the design end. This is the target. We're looking at a target year or specific hydrology, hydraulics.
Well, I think I said earlier today that I think on the San Joaquin Basin, that should be the #1 priority of the plan update, is to come up with a design type flood that everybody then can use to size and make decisions on their on the flood system, because it's just missing. It's sadly missing. The Sacramento always had a design flood for the whole system, but not the San Joaquin, because it had the snowmelt emphasis. And we need that. We really need the San Joaquin system to be brought up to speed. Now, that I will certainly advocate for that in our plan update.
Don't we need it before 2027?
Yeah, I was just gonna add, I couldn't agree more, Joe. And I think it ties right into you and Chris's discussion on the earlier panel for sure, because at the local level for implementing projects, I don't know if Title 23 is necessarily where we're at yet for climate change, because until we have kind of that bigger picture solution like you're talking about, we may just be end up spending a lot of effort and dollars in the spot, which may not be best served. Whereas if we engage it at the flood protection plan level and at the RFMP level, that may be more of the spot to start.
Good point. Kind of quiet in this room. Mr. Wright?
I believe that is the end of the panel. Thank you, Jeff, for participating. And thanks to all the panelists for being here and sharing your time with us and your perspectives. That's it for the panel.
Wow. Thank you very much. I wondered how this would go, but I feel good about it. Thank you, Mr. Wright. All of our panel members, all the folks who are interested, and to staff, because I know that Mr. Wright didn't do it by himself. Okay. We have two items to go. No, I'm not. We have an item on all.
What's the other one?
Adjourn.
Public comment, okay.
We have an item called public comment that is on all of our agendas, and it is a time if someone has something they wish to say to us that has not been on the agenda and is related to our work, they can come forward. And there's a card here from Mr. Mark Berry, who's a very polite person who does let us know he wants to talk. So. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Board, for giving me the opportunity to speak. You know, this not what you want to be the last person to talk on a Friday afternoon, but here we go.
Well, we're actually hoping you're last.
Understood. I'll try to make it quick.
Right ahead.
So, you know, I attended your seminar a couple, workshop a couple months ago on the modernization of the designated floodways. And listening to today's topic, I couldn't help but sort of sense an overlap between them. You know, I've been in construction management for decades. That's been my profession, and I am a volunteer with Save the American River Association and been on sort of specialty projects for them. And so my perspective's a bit different than yours, but you know, and I heard today about you know, some of the speakers talk about some things, and you know, just wrote down a couple notes. And I think Tim Washburn talked about Central Valley Flood Protection Board being an agency of change, and you know, Mr. Countryman, you know, was you know, what are the specific implementations that we might engage in there. And then I heard, you know, Steve Roner talk about, you know, let's implement things we can change sooner rather than later. You know, there was other talk about, you know, Mother Nature doesn't wait for the funding. And so, you know, these are important considerations for, you know, what I find that I deal with. And in particular, one of the things I would like the board to consider is that, you know, it does have a lot of existing regulations dealing with the designated floodways. And that, you know, if they could consider no more private encroachment into the existing designated floodway boundaries, I think that would provide some clarity, some economy, multi-benefits, and additional safety. And what we're talking about really is not constricting the designated floodway boundaries, but you know, we still need to perhaps expand them based upon hydrology and other multi-benefit kind of considerations. But you know, we already have these existing floodway boundaries, and you know, to allow private encroachment into them, you know, consistent with the existing designated floodway boundaries would be something I would encourage the board to consistently adhere to. So that's basically my public comment. I think I'm not talking about public benefits, but just further private encroachment in the designated floodways with everything I heard today and at the modernization workshop just seems inappropriate. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that has a comment they wish to make to the board? Anything for the good of the order, board members? Our second item is to adjourn. Our workshop is adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.